world-class management excellence in India. With over 8,000 corporate houses, professionals, academics and executives as members, MMA fosters and nurtures management expertise by combing Indian ethos with global management thoughts and practices. Every year, MMA organizes about 750 executive development activities, including seminars for top management. Over 59,000 executives and entrepreneurs have participated in MMA's regular events. With the same zeal of promoting management expertise of business professionals, MMA also molds future managers with its constant innovator programs tailor-made for students. MMA All India Management Students Convention. Management students are the future managers of India, on whom lies the responsibility of realizing the prosperity of India's dreams. MMA has been spearheading this movement and dream for practicing managers and management students. MMA launched its first all-India to be one of the landmark events for the year for management students in the country. This is a one-of-its-kind convention that showcases the untapped management talent of students to industry and provides a forum for institutes to benchmark themselves against the best. MMA Management Students Convention also provides an opportunity to the students to learn from practicing management professionals and thought leaders. The MMA All India Management Students Convention is a prestigious event in Chennai. First MMA All India Management Students Convention 2022. AI shaping today and the future. Madras Management Association MMA was established in 1956 with the objective of promoting management education, training and development activities in this part of the country. The vision of MMA is to be the fountainhead of the world-class management excellence in India. With over 8,000 corporate houses, professionals, academics and executives
Students,
as members, MMA fosters and nurtures management expertise by combing Indian ethos with global management thoughts. Every year, MMA organizes about 750 executive activities, including seminars for top management. Over 59,000 executives and entrepreneurs have participated in MMA's regular events. With the same zeal of promoting management expertise of business professionals, MMA also molds future managers with its constant innovator programs tailor-made for students. MMA All India Management Students Convention. Management students are the future managers of India, on whom lies the responsibility of realizing the prosperity of India's dreams. MMA has been spearheading this movement and dream for practicing managers and management students. MMA launched its first All India Management Students Convention on the theme Transformation from Managers to Leaders in 2002. In these 19 years, the Students' Convention has evolved and grown to be considered to be one of the landmark events for the year for management students in the country. This is a one-of-its-kind convention that showcases the untapped management talent of students to industry and provides a forum for institutes to benchmark themselves against the best. MMA Management Students Convention also provides an opportunity to the students to learn from practicing management professionals and thought leaders. The MMA All India Management Students Convention is a prestigious event in Chennai. First MMA All India Management Students Convention 2022. AI.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 21st MMA All India Management Students Convention on the theme AI Shaping Today and the Future. May I request you all to settle down, please? We are about to commence the event shortly. Meanwhile, let me share a few messages with you. We request all the delegates to keep your mobile phones switched off or on silent mode. To view the profile of the speakers, that are going to address you all today. Please look at the program sheet. There is a QR scan code provided. If you could just scan that code, you will be able to see the profile of all the speakers who are addressing the delegates today. MMA is very active on social media. You could also share it with your friends that they can. One second, please. One second. MMA is also active on social media. You could also share with them that they can watch the program live by logging on to our website, mmachennai.org, or our Facebook page with the same name, or also our YouTube page with the same name. MMA reaches out to a large number of individuals from all over India today. We have connected with a lot of management institutions from all over India. Besides the delegates that have assembled the hall today, we have a lot of them watching this program live as well. So thanks to all this audience who are joining us live. Welcome you all online. This convention is also webcast live on our own webcast page, that is liveibc.com, MMA link live. It's all given in the brochure that we have circulated to you all. It's all available in the invitation that we have shared with you all. There are question slips that are available in the delegate kit that we have provided to you. And those question slips may be better. There is a feedback form also provided in the delegate kit. After the convention is over, before you all leave this room, I'll request you all to hand over the feedback form to us. That's very, very important for us to understand how the convention has gone off and if there are any changes that we need to do next time around. So that will be very, very valid feedback for us. So kindly give us the feedback. And last but not the least, there is food for thought, a lot of it in this convention, but there is also food for stomach. We have arranged a fantastic buffet lunch for all of you.
Hello.
Time available is only 45 minutes, but there will be enough counters outside. I request all the students to go to the counters peacefully, college by college if possible. Otherwise also there will be a lot of our volunteers out there. There are meal coupons provided to you in your delegate kit once again. So kindly hand over the meal coupon at the counter and please pick up your plate. Enjoy your lunch as well. But be sure to be back here in time for the post-lunch session. So these are the things that I thought I'll share with you as we are about to commence very shortly. So I'm sure all of you have anything that you need, any help from us. There are a lot of volunteers who's going around here. Please approach any of us and we'll be able to help you. Thank you. I'll come back once again very soon when we are about to commence the convention. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and thanks for all those who have joined us online this morning. We have an excellent convention coming up, the 21st MMA All India Management Students Convention, on the theme AI Shaping Today and the Future. May I request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais? May I call upon Mr. Suresh Raman, President MMA, to lead the delegation here. Mr. V. Shankar, Convention Chairman, Founder Camps and Director Access Investments Private Limited. Dr. M. Arumugam, Managing Director, Broadline Technologies. Group Captain Vijay Kumar, VSM, Executive Director, MMA, and will shortly be joined by Professor Kamakoti as well. So I think it calls for a big round of applause, students. Yes. Good. I hope all of you had your breakfast before coming here, because I have an excellent lunch coming up, but let's applaud all the dignitaries coming on. Please come, sir. Please take your place on the dais. Students walking in, please settle down fast without making much noise. So we all of us begin all good things on an auspicious note. Let's begin this event with an invocation song to the Almighty by Ms. Padmaja. And may I also request, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kamakoti is also here. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. So here we are, and I request all the audience participants to kindly raise for the invocation, and also continue standing for the Tamil Thai Varthu that follows immediately after this.
Mooladhara Murti, Mooladhara Murti, Gajamukane Mooladhara Murti, Gajamukane Sharana Munadu Upaya Sharana Mooladhara Murti. வேலாயுதகுஹன் தனக்கு முன் தோன்றிய வேலாயுதகுஹன் தனக்கு முன் தோன்றிய விமலா உமையாள் திருமகனே அமலா எமையாள் முனிவர் தொடு மூலாதார மூர்த்தி. அன்புடன் தும்பை அருகம் புல் எடுத்து அர்ச்சனை செய்தாலும் போதும். அன்புடன் தும்பை அருகம் புல் எடுத்து அர்ச்சனை செய்தாலும் போதும். துன்பம் துடைத்து துன்பம் துடைத்து துன்பம் துடைத்து பேரில்பம் தரும் வரதா துணை புரி பிரணவாங்கார கணபதியே துணை புரி பிரணவாங்கார கணபதியே மூலாதார மூர்த்தி மூலாதார மூர்த்தி.
Sri Rama, Kirami, and the Sayama.
Thank you, Ms. Padmaja. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to present a bouquet to Ms. Padmaja for her lovely rendition. Mr. Suresh Raman is the president of MMA. I'm sure all the students here are aware. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Suresh Raman is the Vice President and Regional Head of Tata Consultancy Services TCS, Chennai. He manages TCS's largest delivery center with over 98,000 associates. An alumnus of BITS Pilani, Mr. Suresh holds key positions in various industry bodies. He is also the President of Madras Management Association, MMA, the Chairman of Connect, and a member of many chambers, councils, and committees.
May I now invite Mr. Suresh Raman to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to be back and to meet with the large number of management students here after a couple of years. Really delight to have all of you here. And warm welcome to everyone. And hope it's a real you and not avatar of yours. I think today's world we need to look at who is avatar and who is not an avatar. And indeed my privilege to deliver this welcome address during this prestigious 21st MMA All India Management Students Convention 2022. It gives us immense pleasure that we are hosting this year's convention at IIT Madras Research Park Auditorium. It brings us to the front, right, center of technology and how industry outcomes can be accelerated by technology. Thank you, Professor Kamakoti and IIT Madras Research Park. Esteemed distinguished speakers, guests from management institutes, invitees, past presidents, delegates from corporates, dear management students and my colleagues in the management committee, members of the media, viewers watching this convention live from all over India and listening on radio through Voice of MMA. Being from the tech industry, I believe management students are the new age business leaders. And the idea behind this event such as this are to instill a digital mindset, to focus on critical thinking, leveraging critical tech such as AI to lead the world, especially in the current times where we had tragedies and crises such as a pandemic and war. And to understand the move towards Industry 5.0, where humans, machine, and AI will work together. And to ensure we develop empathy in context of AI and the virtual world. So here you are, the future managers of India, on whom lies the responsibility for taking India towards economic progress. MMA has always been spearheading the movement for practicing managers and management students. In the year 2002, MMA launched its first management students convention. The aim of this organizing this convention of the students, by the students and for the students, is to inculcate innate managerial skills in them. Every year, the Management Students Convention follows a theme relevant to the current scenario, and this year, after deliberation by the Convention Committee headed by Mr. V. Shankar, the theme chosen for this year's convention is AI Shaping Today and the Future. I take this opportunity to extend our hearty welcome to Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, who has kindly consented to deliver the keynote address at this convention. Sir, we are all eager to listen to your views at this momentous occasion. I also thank Dr. M. Arumugam, Managing Director, Broadline Technologies, for kindly agreeing to deliver the special address which the students are eagerly looking forward to. As you may be aware, MMA is the largest affiliate association of All India Management Association in the country and has been adjudged as the best management association in India by AMA for the last 13 years in a row, including this year's 2021-22. We have a series of interactions demos lined up for today. As regards the theme of the convention, AI Shaping Today and Future, AI enables systems to encapsulate cognitive functions along with adaptive and learning capabilities for accomplishing specific tasks by processing large amounts of data and recognizing patterns in the data, which may be too complicated for humans. I think technologies such as GPT-3, DALL-E 2, and Whisper AI unleash a lot of opportunities for us to fear as well as to be clear. Fear because the outcomes are so very real, we can absolutely not tell which is by human, which is not by human. Clear because the advancements in AI clear the way for humans to bring in the curious minds, pose bolder questions, and further new knowledge for humanity. AI is not to replace you and I, but to bolden the B in BI, business intelligence, AI for BI. And equip yourself to the fast-growing threatscape. Cybersecurity and AI solutions continue to be built as we speak. Cracking today's enigmas are our Turing test equivalent test that we have to successfully sail through with least damage as managers. Some common everyday applications, as all of you are aware, the Gmail email filters, primary social promotions, Pinterest lens tool, and so many other Spotify's music recommendations to name a few. And with the type of projections that we see, for example, from Deloitte's global AI industry with white paper, AI-driven GDP growth is expected to be $15.7 trillion by 2030. As with two sides of a coin, one needs to be aware of the risks involved in over-intelligence and yet counter any unintended consequences. I'm sure the various special sessions lined up today and the excellent galaxy of speakers who are to address the issue of future-proofing the career for success from various dimensions, from technology to sports to life management, I can assure all the students that the convention would be highly informative and beneficial to all students, regardless of their academic domain. Mr. V. Shankar, Convention Chairman, will brief you further on the overview of the convention. It is heartening to know that we have about 900 management students from different management institutes across the country joined us in person this morning, and over 20,000 are expected to participate online. My warm welcome to each one of them. So please enjoy the deliberations in this convention and apply the takeaways in your career planning. I compliment Mr. Shankar, Chairman of the MMA Management Students Convention Committee, and Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, Executive Director MMA, for all the efforts in making this convention a reality, despite a lot of challenges that we had to encounter over a period of last 2 years. I wish the management student delegates all the best and a very great convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh Raman. Mr. V. Shankar is the chairman of the convention committee of this year's student convention. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. V. Shankar is the founder of Computer Age Management Services Private Limited, CAMS, and director ACSYS Investments, an IIT Madras and IIM Kolkata alumnus. He is involved with several organizations that promote entrepreneurship.
May I request Mr. Shankar to deliver the convention design and theme overview.
Thank you, Venkat. Good morning. I have been to a large number of seminars in my life, but seeing students, management students in front of me is something very heartening. I really feel happy at this particular. Give yourselves a hand. Yeah, excellent. You are the future of this country, and that is why MMA has year after year, for 21 years in a row, run this conference, only for management students. You management students understand the difference between managers and leaders. And our thrust has always been that in the course of your journey, you will transform yourself into leaders. And this conference is one more step in that journey. AI, as you all know, is all pervasive. Even your phone has AI. Everything you look around you, AI is impacting you. In your career going forward, you have to be comfortable with AI. In fact, you must be able to direct AI. That should be your goal. With that in mind, today's agenda is broken up into 4 sessions. AI as a knowledge discipline. What must you learn if you want to know about AI? There is a vast amount to learn. You decide a particular segment and focus on it. AI as a career. Do you want to be in the tech space with AI as your career option? People will speak to you about that. AI for entrepreneurial success. This is a brand new industry. It is opening up. It is going to, the opportunities are going to be humongous. And entrepreneurs, you can create more Googles, you can create more Facebooks today based upon AI. If that is your intention or desire, This session will talk to you about it. In AI transforming lives beyond work, AI is not just about work and email filters. It is also about movies, right? All the CGI effects that you see, a lot of it is AI, and so on. So we have a session on how AI helps you or helps society in areas beyond work. Apart from this seminar, we've had a number of other events leading up to this seminar. You all know there has been a paper presentation competition, a business plan competition, a debate competition, and of course today we have the finale of the Chaitanya, the Mastermind. After so many years, after 3 or 4 years, this is the first time we are able to make it in person. And it will be lovely to see the final happening on stage. So with that brief overview of today's event, I want to hand over to the first speaker. Welcome you all again and hope you take away a lot from the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar, for putting together such a wonderful convention for the students. Ladies and gentlemen, time for some special announcement this morning. May I request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, AV of Group Captain Vijay Kumar, please.
Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar retired. VSM is the Executive Director of the Madras Management Association MMA. A highly decorated Indian Air Force officer, Group Captain Vijay Kumar was awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal by the President of India for distinguished service of a very high order. Under his leadership, MMA has been declared as the best management association in India by AIMA for 13 times in a row, including for the year 2021-22.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my proud privilege to make this special announcement. MMA comes out with an eagerly awaited news magazine called Business Mandate, which has leadership of over 90,000 who feature among the leading business groups in South India and are also made up of dynamic medium-scale companies as well as reputed professionals from all walks of industry. Other than MMA members, Business Mandate is circulated to notable opinion makers, industry leaders, senior government officials, multinational group heads, management students, and host of distinguished personalities. I am indeed privileged to be associated with the Business Mandate as its editor for the 15 years in a row. MMA adapted to changing situations with a number of unique online initiatives, including the state-of-the-art digital magazine, Business Mandate. The digital magazine MMA has a number of unique features. On the occasion of the MMA Management Student Convention, we have brought out a special issue of the magazine consisting of interesting articles for the benefit of our readers. May I now request your attention to the screen to know more about the magazine. May I have the AV, please? Thank you, dignitaries. The mandate has been delivered to your inbox. Read and enjoy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure all of them will go back and enjoy reading this magazine today. We are all sitting in IIT today, and I have to tell you who's the boss here. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, Institute of Technology, Madras. May I have his AV, please?
Dr. Kamakoti Veerinathan, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, holds numerous positions in various government agencies and bodies. He led the research team that designed and booted up India's first indigenously developed microprocessor, Shakti, which can be used in mobile computing devices and networking systems. In 2017, Dr. Kamakoti was appointed the chairman of a task force on leveraging artificial intelligence for development across various fields.
May I request Professor Kamakoti to deliver the keynote address?
A very, very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Thanks. So, very rarely we professors of IIT get to address management students. So, in that account, I thank the MMA for giving me this opportunity to meet the management students. I'm very happy that IIT Madras is hosting this event, and that too, after a long, long time of exile or arrest, we are now come to a stage where we can confidently start talking without mask, with mask, but again come into a physical meeting mode. So extremely delighted to be here this morning. Let me start sharing with some anecdotes of our introduction to management as profs of IIT Madras. I think that'll be a nice, good starting point today. How many people are here are engineers? Right. Commerce students? Okay, that's a significant amount. So, so many of our, anybody from IIT who has gone into management? There's a couple of you. Yeah. So when I start teaching computer architecture, the hardware architecture to some of my undergraduate students, some of them say, I'm not interested, just I want to clear this course. I said, sir, this will never be used in management. I want to go and do an MBA in some management school. Why should I learn this architecture? Right? Anyway, I'm going to forget. So, sir, I'm very happy if I pass this course. So, many times we do get this type of encounters, but on an increasing, nature as we see, understanding of engineering discipline, especially computer science, in the context of AI and ML, is now becoming extremely important from a management perspective. And that's perhaps the reason why engineers do come and become very successful management professionals. Today, as we look at the world, there are many, many disciplines which once upon a time we thought that we can handle it using basic understanding of processes. For example, chess as a game, right? I'm sure all of you know about chess. It's a highly rule-based game. And once upon a time, when computers started playing chess with the human beings, there were a case like for every possible move the human can make, chess has some k possible moves. For every possible move the computer has, there can be other set of possible moves from the human. So let us say K1, K2 moves. For every possible move of this human, again there can be another set of possible moves by the computer. So if you look at some 6 such possible moves between each, then the total number of combinations will be some K1 into K2 into K3 into K4 into K5 into K6. And just by sheer compute power, the computer will calculate. How does the computer play intelligent chess with the human being? It will calculate for every one of its move what would be the possible move of the other opponent, And for that, every possible move, what would be its own move. And based on that, it can look at 6 to 7 moves ahead and find out which move will be the best for it. And then it will make that move. This is how, just by using compute power, sheer raw compute power, the chess game evolved. If people who have played the old versions of chess, they'll say level 1, level 2, level 3. What the difference between level 1, level 2 and level 3 is level 1, it will look at 3 moves ahead, while if you go to level 2, it will look at 6 moves ahead and 10 moves ahead in level 3. So the amount of time the computer takes to respond to a move that a human being makes increases as you increase the level. So this was the first way by which intelligence was built into a game like chess. But it is highly process oriented, in the sense that there are rules and we just follow those rules and see, just by sheer following of these rules and all possible ways of following the rules, what could be the best choice. But when it came to things like rapid fire round, where the computer also had a limitation in terms of the time it will take to actually make the move, then came a lot of intelligence, in the sense that if this pattern is there, for example, the chessboard, if there is a current pattern, then what could be a move? Rather than looking at 10 different moves away and making a choice, can I look at the pattern and take the best move? So, this essentially made a transition from a rule-based system to a pattern analysis-based system. And that is where, real machine intelligence started building up. And now today, we could have programs that will learn from itself, right? I play chess now as a computer. I see that there is some pattern and there was some moves that happened because of it, that opponent won or the chess won or the computer won. And because of that, we could actually start making certain learning, and based on those patterns, we can start making a move. So this is how, as a game, chess evolved from just a rule-based system into an intelligent system where it started looking at patterns. Right? So the evolution of chess is indeed a very, very interesting field to understand AI in its proper perspective. Now, coming back to your management, today you are going to manage organizations that are indeed going to become more and more digital in nature. In the sense that every activity that is happening in your organization will have a sort of a digital signature or a digital trail. Right? You recruit somebody, you are a part of HR, you recruit somebody, yes, there is a trail that this person joined, has this degree, it is captured in some database. And then there is going to be a regular appraisal, and that is also going to be captured in the database, from which the HR can actually go and find out, if I am going to recruit this type of a person from this institution at this level, and I could now start predicting what could be the progress, and which institution should I go and basically stress upon. So they can get lot of feel about recruitment process and what sort of reskilling they need to do at a regular interval. So many things they can basically learn by understanding the data, processing the data, and identifying patterns in that data, and quickly come to some conclusion. And that's what we call as business intelligence. I just gave HR as an example. But a much more interesting example would be that what you see in your banking profession. Today, one of the, how many people are commerce graduates? I think a lot of. What is the most important problem the banking sector is facing today? Can anyone respond? Great. NPA, right? But that's all less. Today, the regulator kills you because of one thing, that is NPA. Okay? So, when you look at non-performing asset, now is there a way
to go and predict whether when giving out a loan, when you do a credit appraisal, while giving out a loan, can I get back that loan? Will the person repay it? Now this is a $1 trillion question. If this question should have been answered, then our economy would have been much better. But then, this depends on many factors, right? So, but what today the banks have is enormous amount of data, both positive and negative data, right? Positive data in the sense that this has been financed and it had come back. Negative data, it has been financed but did not come back. And the most important decision that we need to make today, for which I'm sure today all managing directors of bank actually only pray God. I don't think there's anything else that they can do, is what you call as this settlement, right? So a person cannot repay the loan. I'm just going for a settlement to see whatever I could get out, we can get out. This is called settlement. And today what guides a settlement? Uparwala. Nothing else, right? So now can we start using AI for this most important problem in finance sector, namely trying to address the notion of NPA, right? So a lot of things have evolved. There are risk management systems that are put, which looks at the institution as a whole, not individual, like Basel's level 1, 2, 3. Finally, if you look at, if all these theories have worked properly, our economy should have been much better. But it doesn't work. And that is where certainly AI is going to play a very important role. For all managers, big managers who are going to the BFSI sector, AI is going to become extremely important. Now the last thing that I want, how much time I have, Vijay? 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Oh, am I interesting? Hello? Yes, okay. 10 minutes is fine? Okay. He says 10 minutes. So please bear with me if I am boring. So when we look at this point of time, let us look at two examples I want to give you here. One is, if you are always taught negative things, you will only think negatively. And that is true for a computer program also, right? If I feed the computing system only with negative examples, negative patterns, so I gave the loan to this fellow and this fellow does not return, and I only see this non-returning loans, then the entire machine learning engine, the AI engine which is going to help you look at these patterns, will always tell every loan will not be returned because it has only seen negative examples. So when we try to basically build these type of AI engines in the context of NPA, for example, which is the most striking problem today, when we try to build this business intelligence, we look at what we call as balance of data. We need to have both positive examples and we need to have negative examples. And then we need to teach the computing engine, these are the positive examples and these are the negative examples, and based on that, you aid the credit committee of your board on whether this loan could be given or not given, whether this settlement can be done or not done. And this is a massive problem today. The second example I also want to give, I think Vijay mentioned about fear. Will AI replace human beings? AI will replace human beings in mundane tasks which the human being is not supposed to do. For example, I am in the board of a Century Young Bank. And when we look at some old stories of those banks, a promotion from a clerk to the next level happens if the person can count accurately 500, that those days 50 rupees notes. How many notes per minute he can count accurately? Today we have a counting machine which automates this process, right? Now, is counting notes a human task? One will normally get frustrated. when you just put him on day beginning to day end, they keep counting notes, and if they do an error, their salary will be cut. Okay? So, what today automation has replaced is a mundane task, a stupid task which a human should never do. And that is what AI will also replace, all these mundane tasks. Today, when you are evolving a process, right, that process needs a lot of innovation. But over a period of time, that process will be so well oiled that you don't need a human intervention and you can automate it. And that process essentially becomes an automated process. And this is precisely what AI is also going to be here. One example I want to do before I wind up this particular part is Kasparov. How many people know Kasparov? Right? Who is he? Somebody from there, can you say, who is Kasparov? Who is Kasparov? Why is Kasparov being discussed in the context of AI? And he also defeated the AI. Both happened. Okay? And so Kasparov came out with a book called Deep Thinking. How many people have read that book? Deep Thinking. Right? All management professionals, please read that book, Deep Thinking. And one example that he gives there is that he goes into a room where there are 100 computers and he does a rapid fire. So he goes to the first computer, plays, next he moves to the next computer, he plays, and it goes on. Now, the question is, can we replace one robo and 100 Kasparovs? The same, if human can replace, AI can replace human beings, if computers can replace human beings, can we make the opposite here? I'll put 100 Kasparovs with chessboards and one robo has to move around. See the type of problems you will hit in. The robo has to move around from one table to another. It should first recognize that this is a table. Then it should recognize that it is a chessboard. Then it should recognize the coins. It should take the image of it, process which coin to move. It should properly hold the coin, lift it, and go and keep it at another point. So if you look at, this involves every discipline of every IITs put together to solve this problem. Right? So that is where certainly AI can be only an aid to human beings, and it can never replace human beings, at least in the near future. So this is one important input that we get by reading books like The Deep Thinking. Last one, this is something that I'm sure your management schools are doing, but the most important foundation that you need to have a good basic understanding of data and then subsequently AI, which is going to help you build a career around AI. Of course, there's going to be a session on AI for career. AI as a career is data science. You should be very clear, very good understanding of data science and programming, and that is extremely important for you to build a career, a worthwhile career where you can appreciate and make sensible use of artificial intelligence. Now, data science is not just Excel sheets and you start plotting some pie chart and this is not data science. Data science involves deep mathematics. Data science involves good understanding of statistics, probability theory. Data science also involves lot more understanding of behavioral sciences and many more things, right? So, I also strongly suggest, today the University Grants Commission, in my opinion, has come out with a very good order, historical order, which says that you can do 2 degrees at the same time, provided your timetables don't clash, right? So, you must, all of you, all management graduates must surely attempt and take a course, a serious course on data science and get a degree program on data science. There are many online degrees that are currently in place. So let me conclude by marketing a bit about IIT Madras. So we do offer a BS data science program, which is available for all of you. You have to just clear a qualifying examination. There is no entrance examination here. It's just a qualifier. And importantly, there is no age gap, age bar. You can join. Our age is between 17 and 67. And a 74-year person has attempted first, he couldn't clear, and he's going to do it again. And 81 person is attempting. So our age will be between 17 and 81. So you can all come and join. We have seen father, son, mother, daughter, father, daughter, mother, son combinations doing this course. So you are all welcome to come and do a course of this nature. And this has multiple exit things. You have one exit at the end of the first year where you get a certificate, where you understand certain foundational aspects of data science. If you do the second year, you get a diploma, which will be much more advanced than what you have learned in the foundation course. At the end of 3 years, you get a BSc degree. At the end of 4 years, you get a BS degree, which is equivalent to any university degree across the world. So you must look at a very serious course. I just gave an example of what we have. More than 15,000 students who are enrolled for this program at IIT Madras. You are also welcome, and you can become a student of IIT Madras. So to just conclude, a very deep foundation in data science is extremely important for you to build a career in AI, and I am sure this particular day at IIT Madras will be technically rewarding to all of you. You will understand more about AI from different perspectives, how to build a career, how to become an entrepreneur, and I'm sure some of the things that I mentioned here would trigger more thought process in you, and would like to see a very well AI-inspired management youth who will build the nation in the next 25 years to come, the Amrit Kal, as our Honorable Prime Minister says, in 2047, let us look at a really AI-inspired nation, our proud India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for making AI look so simple for all the management students who have assembled here. We are aware that you have pressing commitments. Despite that, thank you for joining us today. May I request President MMA to present a memento to Professor Kamakoti, and also Mr. Shankar to join him, please. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Professor for making it here today, and also inspiring you all to join the data science course. Dr. M. Arumugam is the Managing Director, Broadline Technologies. May I have his AV, please? Thank you, sir.
Dr. M. Arumugam, founder, Broadline Group of Companies, is a veteran software industry professional with 3 decades of experience. He is also a professor of technology at Plymouth University. His pioneering work on the drug logistics management model had won him acclaim from the World Bank, WHO, and other leading international agencies. He is a recipient of the prestigious Prime Minister's E-Governance Award for Successful Innovation in 2000 and is a member of the IT Standardization Committee in Tamil Nadu.
May I now request Dr. Arumugam to deliver the special address.
Good morning, everyone. It's been a great pleasure meeting you all. Why don't you just respond? Just want to check you are not slept. Well, it's been a great pleasure to talk about AI, which I have started off working way back in 1986. That is the time I entered into Toronto University to do my PhD in AI. That was the time AI was not even, very nascent stage. Development was not very active. Some people talk about it. Most of it were theoretical. My IT career started off from 82. During my undergraduate time, I started into IT. So I was very attracted to this field of computing because the time that we are, I would say, almost early generations which we got into this. So from then now I see tremendous change. I think this particular field, computer science, if you do a PhD today, after 3 months your PhD become redundant, and it is something you will go back, because there will be 10-20 papers falling in even within 3 months' time in the same area. There are millions of people working on computers across the world. Every university offers computer science. So this is a very fast growing area. So coming to AI, the greatest mysteries of all nature, there are two. One is your universe, another is the mind. This is what Michio Kaku spoke about in 1999. He was delivering an address. He says these two are going to be difficult to break, and we bring something out of that. So to bring today's world of technology to process large volume of data, you need high computing power. Power of computing is so important. Let me little brush about the legacies of computing. The classical computer, first one was evolved in 1946. As you all know, computer is not a new thing. Artificial intelligence is not a new thing. Artificial intelligence was found about 80 years ago. 80 years ago, the work on artificial intelligence was started. Wi-Fi is not new, it's 40 years old. Anything you talk about, intranet in 1996. So every technology is not something which is found yesterday. It is more than 4 to 5 decades. So technologies are not born just now. So 1981, the first IBM PC came into existence. So that is where the paradigm shift happened. Common man has got an approach to computer. When I was studying, it is only engineers who can step into a computer room. Or a science graduate, postgraduate with good computing knowledge can only walk into the computers, because the computers have become very complicated to operate. You have to go through punch cards, you have to write mnemonic codes and so on. So from then, there is a huge difference. This IBM PC made it. Then of course, the computing power starts growing. Professor Kamakoti was talking about the chess game. Before the chess game, Arthur Lee Samuel in 1959, he created a checkers game. Checkers is widely played in the US and the Western world. It's a very big game. So he created a checkers game over 3 years. See, Arthur Lee is quite widely known across the world for his brilliant work. He's from the MIT. So he built the checkers game, and he was trying to locate a player to play with them. So no player of international repute would like to challenge this computer. So it was going on for a while. Finally, he got the Connecticut state champion to play with this computer. You know what happened? Connecticut champion failed. So that was the first break of machine beating the human being. Until such time, we think only human are superior. We cannot be challenged. So the artificial intelligence first step came in that. Then comes Garry Kasparov. It was in 1966. Garry Kasparov played against the IBM Blue, and the first game Garry Kasparov won, and the second game 3.5 by 2.5 computer won him. So IBM Watson's Lab was celebrating that they have built a system which was so powerful. Then 2016 you have the Google's DeepMind challenged Lee Sedol, and it won by 4-1. Then the end of human superiority in game was finished. Then of course, I must also know a little legacy about computing power. In 1970, the space mission of NASA was built in multiple mainframe systems. These mainframe systems were looped, and they built a big launching program that was one of the very successful program. But at the end of the day, the computing power and the main memory of the system is just 16B. Today, each and every one of you have got machines which is 128 GB over 256 or 512 and so on, and you have a supercomputer everyone is holding. So today, if I am talking at the moment, you will all be Googling and finding out whether the facts are all right. So that is the power of computing today. So people started to move on in a big way. So what happens is the power becomes more important. Then they built, IBM, Cray, all of them built supercomputers. These supercomputers, one of them was Watson's supercomputer. This computer grabbed the entire National Library of the United States. That was a big data. I mean, that was one of the huge data. The power of that supercomputer, it can read per minute 1 million pages. To that extent, they built a huge computer in Watson's lab. But still, it is just a super classical computer. Then comes the CERN. You all must be aware, God's particle and Higgs boson and so on. So the CERN is, they were trying to build the hadron system, and they were trying to collide the particles, 1 billion particle per second, and they got to build this thing, and they need a huge computing power. This computing power can't come from one center. It has to come from 170 centers. There are 17,000 engineers and physics to work on this project. So during this hadron collision, they found there is a huge gap in the computing power. They started to find it very difficult to really process much of the difficult task. At this moment, they all thought about the quantum computing. That is where the quantum computing, which is the basis for your artificial intelligence. Hope I make sense. I'm not boring you. All right? Yeah, thank you. So then the quantum computing, which is started to rule across the world. You know why? Classical computer can resolve your simple management task and huge voluminous data processing. But when it comes to teradata of information, when it comes to complexity in mathematics, anything that is going wired and complex, normal computing can't do. Quantum computing is nothing but the law of quantum mechanics, classical physics. It's a mix of classical physics and your electronics. They build the quantum computing. First, it was built at the IBM lab. And this quantum computing has got such a huge processing power, it can resolve what many supercomputers in cluster trying to do can be done through one simple quantum computing. So after the advent of quantum computing, there is a lot of innovations which were lined up. AI is just not for business. It is just not only for science. It is for multiple application. One of the very important application is your nanotechnology, chemical and pharmaceutical, and particularly medical. There are two things which we have not done in medical. One is we have not fully transformed the neurochip. Another is the cancer cure. Cancer, you all must be knowing the sad fact of cancer, 1/3 of every population is suffer from cancer. They get it sooner or later, but 1/3 of the population is suffering from cancer. And this cancer is going in geometrical progression. I mean, it is an exponential progression. Cancer is moving. So how do we really stop it? So this is where quantum computing came into help. What is a major problem is your genome sequencing of your genome. Genomics is most important for bringing various pharmaceutical complex solutions. So genomics needs a lot of computing power, which was not normally solved by the supercomputer. They need this quantum computing. So what happened, this genomics, how it is really does. One of the cases which I was also come across was a lady in Japan. She's from a very elite of the king's family. So she was suffering from a cancer issue, and she had a breast cancer, which they were trying to do the chemotherapy, which is not resolving. So they built as nanotechnology driven by quantum computing. Her genome sequencing was taken. Finally, they modified the chemotherapy. They have done the molecular modification, and it was given, and she got cured. So, what I'm trying to say, it has got special requirement. Now, the wearables have come. The wearables, they are not just like a watch. It is also like a tattoo. You can have a wearable. These wearable can monitor your health and every parameter of your body. So this will flow lot of information into your system. How did this does is, these wearables monitors the initial colony of any cancer cell. When the carcinoma hits the patient, actually it blows into a major cancer issue only after 5 years. So when the colony is created, this goes and identify the colony and it destroys it. So now this is the paradigm shift which is going to take people more. In 2017, the whole world, it has been announced that the longevity of human beings have gone up by 6 years. It has gone up. So what happens? This technology is going to be of greater concern. So the medical, not only this cancer, but also there are many other issues, the major issues which are being summarized has been monitored through the system, and it gets through completely. Let me give you a simple example how this quantum computing and various things can bring molecular changes. I used to think every morning when I shave, I take about 10 minutes to shave. If I try to see, I say, for example, everyone will start their shaving practice, particularly men at the age of 17. They go on doing till about 75, let us say. So about 57 years, you are losing yearly 3,528 minutes on your shaving. Why not we do a pill? That pill can stop the shaving. This is a question. This is a big question. Everybody is asking about it. Why not we do that? So there are lots of such weird, some are very important, some are very logical, so much of questions which are being asked to build. So after this revolution of the technologies, there comes the industry revolution. We are now from the steam engines to electrical engines to high technology. Now we have come to artificial intelligence, biotech and nanotech. This is going to be the next shift of technology which the world has to face. So you can all ask me a question, why would I at all know about it? I'm in India, we are just growing. No way. We are now called the international citizen. So we connect across the world. Unless we qualify ourselves and bring ourselves into this kind of a development, which becomes too complicated to compete. So I have been seeing in every generation of engineers and graduates who come out of various universities, they change their learning pattern. They are not in the same page. They are moving into different patterns. Now you all have to, you may ask me a question, even I did a management degree, I did a PhD in management, but I am more concerned that everybody, it's not management or English literature for that matter, they are having an exposure to artificial intelligence. Today the kids of the United States, before they're going to medical school, they do a BS program in computer science, then they take up medical. You know why? Medical become more instrument driven. It is not any longer, it is done physical systems. You don't go and test a patient. You do everything through a system. So the amount of system which is now started getting into day-to-day life of us has become so much. So every field of people, particularly management, you need to know more about handling AI. So it is the need of the hour. As Professor Kamakodi mentioned, you should have a data analytics program. You should know what is data analytics. You must have a easy way of working in data analytics. Little statistics you should learn. You should learn a little mathematics. Those who are not into pure mathematics, you should definitely learn, because it's the queen of science. A little learning of that will resolve your problem comfortably. So now what is next? You will all ask me this. The next is your neurological chip. Neurological chip. You know what happens? Your brain can be protected. Your brain can be protected in a medium called ASE. So just before a death of a person, when he is going to be declared dead, his brain can be moved into a system called ASE. And this ASE, a brain can be protected. Through the neurochip, we can decipher and decode whatever available in the brain. Unfortunately, we are doing it now. It must have been earlier, we would have protected Kannadasan's brain. He had so much of classical intelligence, and many such great people's brain would have been protected. Today they are going to do that. This is also a thing which is going to come in. Then the electrical engineering and the building materials is going to take a new shape. 60% of the transportation in USA is going to be a driverless car. And ASE solution is going to really sweep across the world. Finally, I have a point. If the AI becomes self-aware, what is going to happen? If you do the full development of AI, could spell the end of human race. Because human race who has limitation by slow biological evolution, we can't compete with the AI. So this is something that everyone talks about it. I think we may reach this stage by 2077. That's what scientists across the world talks about it. We are going to have robots which are self-aware, meaning it'll think like a human being. It will react. It will have emotions. The moment robots have the emotion, the moment robots have the capability to think by itself, that is the end of the human race. So how are we going to do the control? That is the point which being debated. Let me give you a last message to all your management students. You don't miss your reading. You got to read just not your management subject. You must also get into technology, because every management student, much of them moving into technology field. Henceforth, much of it, even your marketing has become more technology oriented. Your supply chain is fully into technology. You cannot move supply chain without technology. So every aspect of computing is all driven by technology. So I wish you all should learn well. Let me congratulate and thank the MMA. Thank you everyone for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for those fabulous insights on artificial intelligence. I'm sure many of the students today will witness all these things in demonstration later in the day, and thank you for giving them a heads up about this. May I request President MMA, joined by Mr. Shankar, to present a memento to the guest speaker of the day, Dr. Balamurugan. Come on, students, let's applaud him for all the effort that he has taken. Thank you so much, sir, for giving that very, very important message that the management students can't do without technology these days. I'm sure they'll take this message back home and work on it. That brings us to the end of the inaugural session this morning, and we have a few more fabulous sessions with a lot of demonstration of AI coming up. So, may I now request my team to help me here with the next session, setting it up for the next session. So in the next session, this is on...
Move on. Move on.
Yeah.
Leave the board of next.
Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the next session that is on AI as a knowledge discipline. Very, very interesting session, and we have two very, very accomplished guest speakers on this. Dr. K. Senthil Kumar, Director, Kalam Advanced UAV Research, and CEO and Director, Tamil Nadu Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Corporation, and Dr. Ravi Shankar, Partner, DB Productions. May I request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais, please.
Senthil and yes. Come, it's a flash. அவங்க ஒரு லோட் பண்ணு. இந்த லேப்டாப்ல லோட் பண்ணு.
ஒரே ஒரு ஃபைல் இருக்குது.
Students, let's welcome Mr. Senthil Kumar with a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Senthil, for joining us today. Let's have the AV of Mr. Senthil Kumar, please.
Professor Senthil Kumar is a pioneer in the Indian UAV scene and a winner of numerous awards. His research has been attested by top civilian and military authorities in India and other countries. His contribution towards drone awareness and entrepreneurship is backed by his team's successes in the drone challenges and events organized by the US Department of Defense, the Australian Medical Express Challenge, the Indian Army, and the Indian Air Force.
May I now invite Dr. Senthil to share his insights on this excellent theme, AI as a knowledge discipline.
You want to call a mic? Call a mic. Call a mic.
Hand mic is hand mic is okay. Hand mic is there.
Fine. And mic is fine. No issues. Yeah. Yeah, good morning, one and all. Yeah, I'm Dr. Senthil. Thanks for a nice introduction to organizing committee. I'm here to talk about the drones everywhere, not only in India, across the globe. You might have been heard the term drones. In India, we are working for the past 20 years. I think we are the first one to raise the flag of drone in India in the year 2000 with the able guidance from Dr. Kalam from MIT Anna University. Drone is an acronym for Dynamic Remotely Operated Navigation Equipment. It's not a fancy name. It's an abbreviation of Dynamic remotely operated navigation equipment. That means full technology term. Dynamic, it's not a static. So each and every millisecond it has an input, guidance, control and navigation. Dynamic remotely, that means a operator can sit anywhere in the world remotely. Operated navigation, where you are, where you want to go, how to go. Remotely operating equipment. This is the term called drone. Everywhere the peoples are using a drone. The drone weighing about 250 gram to 25 tons. Various ranges of weight. I think, Muthu, you can show that. No, by hand you can lift. Yeah, you lift it. You could see here a small live demonstration of a drone. Please give a big applause. It's the first of its kind of drone made in India. Almost 80% of the components are made in Chennai. Except cameras, except motors, 80% of the component has been made in Chennai. It has a lot of potential business opportunities. I think you are in management students. I think in the next 3 years, in India itself, it's about some $80 billion. The authorities has been expected $80 billions of dollars business is available in the drones. This is a small introduction of the drones. Whatever you see here, it's called a micro drone. Less than 250 gram, it's called a nano drone. And 2 kg to 25 is called micro drone. And small, medium, various categories. Earlier, there is no rules, no regulators, no controlling authorities. Now India, I think Honorable Prime Minister of India making drone as one of the futuristic technology, including AI is one of the subsystem. I think by 2030, India becomes drone above the world. That is the government of India's vision. Very recently, government of India has announced by 2030 India should be a drone hub of the world. Almost entire countries should look into the drone into the manufacturing sector. The drone has multiple parts. It has a hardware, it has a software, and a powerful onboard AI processing system. That's why here, AI processing system. China is a leader of the drones in terms of hardware. They'll make a motors, they'll make airframes, and they'll fly the drones. But we Indians are good in programming. Put powerful onboard AI processor on board and fly the drones in multiple angles. That's called a swarm of drones. I think at the end of my lecture, I am planning to give about a small video on swarm drones. In fact, we are the winner of Indian Air Force swarm drone technology that I'll explore later. So you see here, you could see some of the drone pictures and some of my inspirations. And past 20 years, we are working in the field. Almost more than 1,000 plus researchers we developed. What we need in the field of drones? We need a trained manpower and moreover the intellectual manpower. Number one, the engineers and scientists, they are required for making the drones, and operators. Operators to fly the drones. Yeah. And the operator to fly the drones. You could see here, and some of the inspiration work, the final one is I am very much interested. Very recently we given 15 transgenders for drone training. When 3 months back, in a midnight, I traveled with my family in a T-Nagar. Some of the transgender, they are knocking my car. And it seems to be they are than engineers, qualified engineers. But they don't have any other options. So I called them next day to my office, and luckily the Indian Oil officers also have come. And we took this as a challenge. We should give them some kind of opportunity to explore this world. So we selected about some 15 transgenders and given a training about a month. Now they are operating the drones throughout India on behalf of Anna University. And some of them had a chance to give a lecture in Indian Drone Mahotsav in front of Honorable Prime Minister of India. That is a small success story of the drone. When the transgenders easily can be trained on the drone and they get the job opportunities, now through government of Tamil Nadu, we formed Tamil Nadu Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Corporation. I am the founder director as well as CEO of the government company. As well, Director of Aerospace Research, Anna University. Dr. Kalam was my mentor while studying my MTech at Anna University. Drones, it's about 100 years of technology revolution. It's not new concept. It's already existing. But how you are taking the drones into the societal applications. For example, the first powered flight, everyone knows 1903, it flew about only 12 seconds, 120 feet. That is the success of Wright brothers. So many engineers, so many scientists, so many countries have tried. They are the only success people. You know, initially the Wright brothers had only a cycle company. Their passion is to develop the airplanes. They invested huge on airplanes and finally they landed into the trouble. That time there is no simulation, no software development, no algorithm, no AI. Whatever they know, they'll make a airframe, they'll make a wings, they'll make a engines, they'll fit and fly. It's a very crude approach. But they got succeeded. Then finally DARPA is come into the picture. The Department of Defense, they funded for them and they made an airplane. Now today we are enjoying the technology. That is a non-flight mission from here to US. In so many places, intercontinental missions. So that same technology has been widely adopted in World War I. I think how they used it, they filled up the bombs and something else, they'll send it. This is the history of the airplanes. Now, the airplane has been changed into the many shapes and finally, this is currently the modern military drone. I think everyone knows about the invasion, the Russian invasion against Ukraine. The war never ends, it's keep on going. One of the major factors is the drone. The Ukrainians, they are using Turkey-made TB2. It's a powerful drone. It can fly up to some 300 kilometers, can carry about 50 kg of warhead. They are destroying all the Russian forces using the drones. And as well as the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, without going to the much level, it has been finished. Because Azerbaijan used Turkish drones, they sent the drones across 300 kilometers and destroy the enemies. Now the warfare is totally depends upon the usage of drones. I think management student, anyone can just guess how much the cost of the drone? The Global Hawk. Lakhs, 10 crores or 100 crores? No idea? Okay, the cost of one drone is about 800 crores. India is ordered 20 drones from USA, Global Hawk. So what technology it has? It's about a 6-ton vehicle, remotely piloted system. You can sit in India and operate throughout Pakistan. You can watch them without putting our pilots into the real life and danger situation. We can do the entire border management. India is the wide user of drones, but we don't have an Indian drone. We don't have Indian aeroplane. Just to think of, 75 years are over. But technology still we have not achieved. We don't have a single drone made from India and a single aeroplane. The Boeing is making, Embraer is making. We don't make any aeroplanes. It requires a lot of effort. There will be a next subject of talk. Then based on our drone demonstration, we are the world players. I am happy to share we are the on par with world. We are developing a drones. We won the competition from America in 2012, DARPA winners. And even in 2018, everyone, I think, lot of newspapers, lot of media talked about our achievement in Australia. I think Australian Medical Express, I think you might have been here, Team Daksha and Mr. Ajit Tala. The media is always talking about Ajit is joined in Team Daksha. In fact, he worked with us more than 6 months for some competition, which held in Australia. That competition says you need to travel 25 kilometers through the air within 45 minutes. And a person need a medical assistance. In Australia, there are the villages are very far, not like in India. So after traveling 25 kilometers, just you go and find the guy who need a medical assistance and pick the sample from him to the hospital. So that competition is 8 years open. It was 8 years open challenge, no one has finished. Just you visit Australian Medical Express Challenge. It's in an open domain. Australian Medical Express Challenge. 8 years, no one has cracked the solution. In the first entry, Daksha has cracked. They closed the competition even now. In 2018. That's the technology. So in India, I am very proud to say the technology is going ahead. Industry is following that now. That is, in the capacity of drone research, drone education, I am also serving as the chairman for drone guidance committee in all India level and guiding all the manufacturing companies and the students and other researchers what are the openings are available in the drones, not only in a civilian application, for as well the military application also. We are working on both civil and military application. This is the vision of Tamil Nadu Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Corporation. That means transforming Tamil Nadu as an Indian drone hub. That much, that is a nutshell. Transforming Tamil Nadu as an Indian drone hub. We have a huge potential, huge talents are there. Easily we can tap the talents. Not only that in the potential, we can convert into the business. How the Israel is sustaining? Only drones. Through only drones. And Turkey, through only drones. We have such a potential. Now here the lacking is from the business side, from the management side. Technology is available. How you are taking this technology into the society? So in that, management students should play a vital role. So here you see the mission is drone-based precision agriculture, efficient water resource management, and mobility solution for organ transportation. And smart city, town planning and agri-land use mapping, better surveillance and safety support, disaster and rescue operation. The final is skill development. The drones can give next 3 years, it can give 5 lakh jobs in India. Overall 5 lakh jobs. It can give direct jobs. That is, you become an pilot, or you become an like a MRO, maintenance before operation of a drones, or you become a drone manager. That is, you may be a part of the drone team. You can lead the technical engineers. That is, plenty of opportunities are available in a drone. See the market research. It has been done by PwC in 2018. Only for Indian segment, it's about 1 lakh crore. Even in Tamil Nadu, if you tap 12.5%, I think 16% easily you can tap as per the bell-shaped curve. 16% you can tap, and almost 10,000 crore opportunities are there. within next 3 years. Yeah. So these are all the drones. We are developing multiple levels. In offline, we will discuss many, because want of time, I am quickly moving. And particularly, we are focusing these drones in Tamil Nadu. About 15,000 village panchayat. Each panchayat can give about 10 job opportunities. That means 1,50,000 jobs are there. If you want to become a drone business, actually you should be a drone pilot, or you should be a drone manufacturer, or you should be in drone management. So just you think of in which part you fit into it. We fit into it. And this is about in an open article with the Minister of Civil Aviation, 1 lakh drone pilots is required for next 3 years. 1 lakh drone pilots. I am not only talking about the pilots, I am talking about the entire drone ecosystem. It has a MRO, it has a maintenance engineers, it has a management people. That means it can give about 10 lakh jobs. So here we are running an drone school also. India's first drone training school. Those who are having a training, they can operate the drone, they are the authorized pilots. The certificate has been provided by DGCA. And we have facilities like this. We have an excellent simulator and excellent trainers. Till now we trained more than about 550 students. And very recently we shown demo to Honorable Prime Minister how to operate the drones. And it has got a lot of attractions. And one of the transgender pilot, she got attracted in a drone Mahotsav. And we had discussions with the Chief of Army Staff as well as Chief of Indian Air Force, how under Agniveer, how we can give the training to the entering soldiers. That all talks are going on. And this is about some revolutionary concept, just 2 minutes, about talking about the swarm drones. This is a recent competition happened in Indian Air Force. It's a 3 years event. AI is involved, artificial intelligence is involved. That is the competition idea is to do the swarm flying with the dynamic pattern formation. How you are flying 50 number of drones in a 50 kilometers. In India, the people are struggling flying a drone about 5 kilometers. The competition says you need to fly about 50 kilometers, 50 drones and identify the enemy, drop the payload and come back. In case of disaster scenario, you drop the food packets, you drop the cell phones, you drop the medicines. But in case of military operations, drop the grenades, drop the weapons. So this is the competition. That competition leads about 300 crore order. In 2018, it has been announced by Indian Air Force. Being a drone researchers, we also given our participation. And recently the competition has got announced and we are the winners of the competition. Please give a big hand. Yeah, these are all the full technical challenges. How we face the competition. Almost all IITs, all DRDOs, all NALs, so many companies has been participated. So these are all the various levels of technical matters. And finally, you see, these are all the kind of technology we utilized. So how to identify the target area and geotag it and transform that is, it's like a battalion. The 50 drones has to work together. The leader will give all the communication to the rest of the drones. If enemies, they shoot the leader, then immediately one more guy will come into the picture. Like LRMA Pathirpinga, then I think previous speaker Dr. Armugam has talked about drones or robots can think of on its own what will happen. It will happen like you could have been see the movie called Stealth. How the fighter airplane thinking on its own and hitting the enemy. And best example is the movie Endiran. How the part 2, how the Endiran think of, how it is moving. That the same kind here. We use all the technologies. Whatever they used in a movie, we implemented in fact. How the drones are going together, if enemy attacks, how they are forming the formation. That is the beauty of the competition. So these are all the, you see, all the drones are moving like this. If one fellow has got some trouble, we have powerful AI. it will go and move and attach with the scenario. And number 2, the aggression and dispersion. So like this, the swarms will go like this in a huge kilometer level, not in a small level. And in a dispersion and a pattern formation, you see, all the drones will take off simultaneously and do some task and climbing. You see that everything will take off. It requires a lot of AI work, artificial intelligence work. It has a lot of training. It can form the square formation. All artificial intelligence, we are using it thanks to our avionics students, and swarm patterns like this. It will do the search. 5 drones only will do the search, and it will pass the information to them, and it will go and attack the enemy in case of military operation. And dropping the payload, and at the end result, we are the winners of the challenge and cup, and now we are eligible for 300 crore order. The team is working on it. And the challenge 2 is open now. Those who are interested, you can reach the Indian Air Force website. Any individual can participate. That is the beauty of the competition. If your ideas, you may be a management student, or you may be an engineering student, or you may be a retired guys, no issues. You should give your ideas, submit your forms. There is a committee of experts. They'll decide. Once your ideas are welcome, you can team up with the other members. So that is the competition aim. It lists about 300 crore capital procurement. Finally, only 1 minute, sir. Yeah, this is the most important thing, that video. About how because seeing is believing. Our drone trials. Can you run this? Any help? Any video problems? This video has to be run. This farm. Whether it has a VLC or what? Right click and do the VLC player. Video play பண்ணுங்க. In the meantime, any questions, please. In the meantime, let them try the video of the swarm drone competition. Any questions from the audience? So 1 second, you take off. Yes, sir. The reducing the cost. It's a very good question. Government of India has taken an initiative called PLI, Product Linked Initiative. Because the China government has given a lot of subsidies to the manufacturers. So like this, in India, government is giving a lot of subsidy options to reduce the cost. If you start a drone company, if you make a value add, government will give a 20% of subsidy, and a lot of subsidy schemes are there. With that, we are trying to reduce the cost on equivalent to China. Yeah, as of now, government has made it's a licensed product. Why? Because to fly the drones, you should have 2 things. Number 1, if you want to fly the drones, you should have a pilot licensing offered by like Anna University or any other institutes. Number 2, whichever drone you are flying, you should have a type certified drones. There is a committee, they'll check about some thousands of test procedures are there. Like a car, if you want to buy the car, option is yours. You are going a Tata or you are going some other brand. Like that, drones. There is a manufacturing assessment. There is a committee that is called Quality Council of India. They'll check everything, and after that they will announce. If you want to buy the drone, please visit the Government of India site called DGCA. And the site is called Digital Sky Platform. Yeah, in the break we'll do it. Any other questions? Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil. Fabulous demonstration of drones, and I think the audience have got a lot of information about the drones, not only the normal ones, but also the military drones. May request him, may request Mr. Shiv Kumar, committee member of MMA, to present a memento to Dr. Senthil Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank him with a round of applause. He's doing phenomenal work in the field of drones, that too Chennai based, and he has manufactured this drone with the support of his team, all indigenously. Thank you so much, Dr. Senthil, for all the efforts. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Dr. Senthil. Now we have Mr. Ravi Shankar coming up with a very, very interesting demonstration. Once again, may I have his AV, please? Yeah. Mr. Ravi Shankar, may I request you to come on to the dais, please?
Ravi Shankar Tanikachalam, a seasoned entrepreneur, is a partner at DB Productions, a renowned techno-creative solution company. He began working with his family business at first and then expanded his entrepreneurial journey. He opened the first 5D theatre in Chennai with franchisees in different parts of the country. He ventured into a niche entertainment area, conceptualizing and creating unique experience centers such as the XD and holographic theatres, the first of its kind in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi Shankar, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a round of applause for an excellent demo that we are about to see.
Hello all, good morning. Again, this is Ravi Shankar here from DB Productions, a techno-creative solution company from Chennai. So before we go into the actual topic, virtual production, I would like to brief you what is happening around the world with filmmaking. So you guys will have to manage with this setup while I'm doing the presentation. So we are going to set up something which is going to be interesting once they do that. So until then, you have to bear with that. So in about 2019, ILM and Disney together shot a series called as Mandalorian, so which was the first full-fledged series which was shot in virtual production. So now virtual production. So what is this virtual production all about? So typically, there are a couple of ways, or about 3 or 4 ways to shoot a film. Be it for series, films, or television ads, so on and so forth. So primarily, the first one is the outdoor shooting, wherever the director or the DOP wants to shoot. They go to the live location and shoot it from there. And then the next one is basically you put up a massive set, similar to the environment you want with the art director, and then go on and shoot. And then comes the CG. You basically shoot it on a green mat, and then you create assets in various 3D softwares, and then bring it to life. That's basically computer-generated stuff, which you would have seen it in most of these sci-fi fantasy films. So these are all the convention ways, which has been there for about past few decades, from the inception of the films. But now, in the last 3-4 years, we are going into a huge revolution, which is basically virtual production. So now, before we go into the details of virtual production, I would like to just show a quick show reel, because you'll be able to visualize it much more in depth. Just give me a second.
Audio of this film, please.
Yes, it is. It is. It is.
ஒன்று எடுத்துருங்க ஒரு மைக்
அதில் மேல் சிஸ்டம்
அவங்க கனெக்ட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க இந்த ஃபஸ்ட்லேருந்து ப்ளே பண்ணி
Sorry about the glitch. Just a second, please.
ரெடி சார் ப்ளே பண்ணி பாருங்க
வரல இவருக்கு
ஆடியோ வரல சரி
ஐடி வரல
எஸ்
From magnificent living rooms to futuristic sci-fi environments, or create grand interactive sets. Capture your actors in action on a sports bike in exciting environments, or let them drive in premium cars on the International Expressway. Create beautiful interactive photorealistic scenes in luxurious locations. In Telestudios,
Sure. So this showreel was actually, done. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so this showreel, which you just saw, was shot in a virtual production studio, and the shoot started around 9:30 in the morning, and they finished about 8:30 p.m. So, which means in about 8 to 10 hours, they were able to shoot multiple locations, whatever you saw, the sci-fi, the snow, and all those stuff. So, predominantly, what we are trying to say here is, hello. So you don't actually need to go to a live location. You don't need to go to the Himalayas for snow. You don't need to go to US to shoot in front of the White House or anywhere. So basically, you can use this virtual production studio and shoot wherever you want. Certainly, yes, there are a few limitations, but yeah, we are trying to work with a lot of tech to come out of it. So now we are going into the details of virtual production. Okay, so as I told you earlier, there are different ways of shooting. Now in virtual production, what predominantly happens is there's going to be a large LED wall which is going to have the 3D asserts. See, everything inside the LED wall is just not the image. It's a 3D environment, which means I'm sure most of you guys would have played VR games. So every VR game is not an image. It's a VR world you're entering into. You can move from location 1 to location 2, right? So likewise your 3D games. So every assert inside the virtual, in the LED is basically a 3D environment, which means you can actually move inside the environment. That's what, we put in there. That's first component. And then what happens is, now let's assume there is a subject here and the DOP is out there and the LED is here. So in real world, let's just go to a scenario, a real world, a mountain is here, the subject is here, and the filmmaker, the DOP, the director of photographer is out there. So when he actually moves the camera, the parallax will have to change in the real world. For example, I'll just make it clear again. The backdrop is here, the subject is here and the DOP is here. When the DOP actually moves the camera, the field of view changes. That happens in the real world. How does it, get simulated in the virtual production is what, done by something called as a camera tracker and the Unreal Engine. So we're going to go into detail about it. So I hope you understood the basics about, virtual production. So we are trying to, simulate the entire environment, what we could have done it in outdoors or setting up a real set or doing it in a computer graphics. We are trying to do it inside a shooting floor, but, simulating the real world environment. So this is a little brief about, virtual production. So we'll see the key components of virtual production, as I already mentioned. First one is actually the Unreal Engine, and the second one is the camera tracker, and the third one is virtual production tool, and the fourth one is the LED volume. So let's just go into the details of, each of this. So what is Unreal Engine? If in case, there are some game developers here, you might be, familiar with Unreal Engine. So there are like about, 2-3, popular gaming engines. One is Unity, one is Unreal, and then, Unigine and more. So out of these three, Unreal, is supposed to be the best because it has, amazing real-time rendering capability. So what is this real-time rendering capability? Okay, now let's assume that, we are creating a 3D environment. For every frame to get rendered and, to be produced in real time, in a normal 3D software, it takes about 3 to 4 hours. But whereas in Unreal, it just takes about, a second to process 24 frames. So that is actually 24 frames per second. That is how we'll be able to, in real world, replicate in real time the 3D environment. So that's the specialty of Unreal Engine. So that makes it, the most, specified reason to use it in the virtual production studio. And the second one is the camera tracker. I call it as the heart of the, virtual production. So as I earlier told you, I'm again, reiterating this. This is quite a significant thing you need to understand. So now there is a LED backdrop, and then here comes, the subject, and here's the DOP. When the DOP actually, the director of photography, the DOP actually moves the camera, the field of view should change on the LED backdrop. If we don't change it on the LED backdrop, people will know that there is a LED. So what this camera tracker does is it actually takes the value of the camera, that is basically the positional value of the camera and also the optical value of the lens, and sends it to the Unreal Engine. And in real time, the Unreal Engine changes the field of view with respect to the position and the optical value of the camera. By that, we achieve simulation in similar to what would have happened in the real world. So the LED basically, immediately changes the 3D asset in the field of view, what it is supposed to be, as it would have been in the real world. So now camera trackers, there are different kind of camera trackers. So basically, there are optical camera trackers, mechanical camera trackers, optomechanical camera trackers, so on and so forth. But with respect to virtual production, as much as, these camera trackers are without the markers, sensors, and does not have a perimeter, restriction. When I say perimeter restriction, now let's assume that if in case there are markers placed here and there is a camera tracker here, and when we move the camera tracker away from the markers, if the markers do not get a line of sight with the camera, you'll get a drift, you'll get a latency, so on and so forth. So this actually becomes a big challenge in the virtual production. So basically, any camera tracker which does not have a perimeter restriction, does not have a latency, does not have a drift, becomes, most ideal for the virtual production. So now we are going to the next component, which is basically the virtual production tool. Now, as I earlier told, Unreal Engine is an ocean. You can do a lot of things with that. You can develop games, you can do projection mapping, you can do a lot of computer generation stuff. But now, me as an artist and an engineer who works on virtual production, I don't need to know the entire features of Unreal. So what basically this virtual production tool does is it creates an overlay on the Unreal and gives a UI, UX to the users and the engineers where they will be able to use only the features that are required and relevant for virtual production. So this actually makes the job of the engineers and the artists very, very easy during the shoot. Okay, now this tool, in addition to just making it easy, what all it can do? So now let's assume that, I am a DOP and, I want a twilight shot. See, basically, if anybody is here from the cinema background, you'll understand the importance and significance of a twilight shot because twilight does exist only about, 15 minutes in the day and 15 minutes in the evening. So, but in virtual production, you can actually set the sun in the location you want with the time, day, and the direction, and it stands there for good. So as long as the director and the DOP, accomplishes his shot, the sun is going to be in the same place. Similarly, you can increase the speed of the wind, increase the, shadow by adjusting the sun. You can change the light of the 3D set, change the gamma, color correct, whatnot. So in our technical term, we call it as an on-site DI, which is possible with virtual production. This is actually a great boon for the DOPs and the directors, and certainly the producers as well, because there are, I mean, you would have seen your old PC Sriram songs. Most of the songs would have been shot in, twilight shots. So these guys generally spend about, more than 15, 20 days to even finish a single song, because, you get it only about 30 minutes in a day. But in our case, you don't need to wait for the twilight to happen. So that is one critical example. And then, you want it rain, you can simulate it. You want a sunny day, you can simulate it. You want, snowstorm, you can simulate it. So all these things are, quite possible. But here we need a little more discipline, because, you cannot use your on-site creativity. You have to be, pre-planned. You have to do a storyboard, and then make sure, which shots you have to do, and be set for virtual production. So this is what the tool does. And now the last but not the least, the LED volume. Because of space constraint and the time constraint, we did not set up a LED volume here. We have set up a green mat. So there are two ways to do virtual production. One is a green mat, the other is LED. LED is more ideal because you get the real-time reflection from the LED onto the characters, which makes it, even more realistic. Green has got some limitations, but as I told you earlier, because of the time restrictions, we are going to showcase through the green. So what does this LED do? So as we discussed earlier, the camera tracker, sends the position of the camera to the Unreal Engine. The Unreal Engine in real time, changes the content onto the LED, and the quality of the LED. The quality of the LED is basically with a terminology called as pixel pitch. The lower the pixel pitch. Today the market standard is, for virtual production is 2.9 mm pixel pitch. The lower it is, US is already gone as much as 0.6 pixel. The lower it is, it is more expensive, but the lower it is much more finer. People will not even understand, it was shot in a LED environment. So that is one thing. And the other key thing is, how massive is your LED volume? We call it as a LED volume. How much of a width you have, how much of a height you have, and, are you covering the ceiling and all this stuff. This allows you to take, multiple massive scenes. So that is about it. And, also the refresh rate of the LED. Refresh rate is nothing but, how quick your LED is able to respond to the Unreal Engine changing. So the higher the refresh rate, there will be no screen flicker, which again, mitigates people to understand that, this is done in a virtual production. So these are the main four components, of virtual production. Okay. So before we move on to the next one, so just key advantages of virtual production, as we already discussed, time saving. Your crew doesn't need to travel to any specific location. Your art director doesn't need to, set up a massive set. And all your crew is, let's say the entire crew is from Chennai. You can do the entire shot in Chennai without even having to travel anywhere. That is, the first one. And ease of use. So the virtual production is traveling in such a way that they are trying to simulate the entire shoot the way it would have been done in the real world or in the, set world. So that is what, we have done here. And so it's completely, easy to use. And it's a controlled environment, So there are no protests which can, stop the shoot. There is no rain. There is no bad weather. Nothing can stop the shoot because it is your environment. You decide when to shoot. And, the last but not the least, the cost reduction. The cost phenomenally goes down. You can think about, having a shoot done in the Alps. You need to take your entire crew and, you don't need to do that here anymore. You have everything locally here and it goes from there. So these are the few stuffs, advantages of virtual production, and I'll just also show you another show reel where we have actually done few commercial shots with virtual production. The first one was for KBC with Amitabh. So We actually call him AB. So the point was, it was 75th year of independence, and KBC wanted to take Amitabh Bachchan about 5-6 locations across India. Since that was not possible, we did this entirely. The shoot was done in about just 2.5 hours, and you're seeing the output. I'm sorry. This is it. Yeah. So just to tell you a little about what we did. The KBC, as I told you, we just did it in about 2.5 hours, multiple location. And the next one was done for one of our client called as Carrot Lane, where they simulated the entire forest as a backdrop, and we did the model shoot. Again, it was done within a day. And the next one was the commercial of AHA the channel, where we brought in the entire bus inside the studio and gave it as a feel as though the bus was running inside. And people were there inside the running bus. And the final, last but not least, we shot our Honorable CM. We had an event the last Saturday, where they launched something called as the Green Tamil Nadu Mission. So we actually shot him on Thursday evening and gave them the output on Friday evening. So we took him to the forest, we took him to the beaches. All these were possible with virtual production. So this is a little what we have done. We have more to go. I just wanted to also showcase a live demo of how this virtual production is. So yeah, seeing is believing. So I don't want to bore you more with my words. Divya, all yours, guys. So I was talking about, real-time rendering. That's exactly what you're seeing. Everything, whatever you're seeing, is getting rendered in real time. And now you finally see where it's going to land. This is all being rendered in Unreal Engine. And finally, here she comes. She's inside this, forest. So you can see, the fine fire particles which is just coming up. All these are happening in, real-time rendering. So Divya, you can say, just move your hand and. Yeah. Okay. So here, all the camera movement you saw, the dramatic ones, we have simulated through the software. You're just seeing a static camera here. We have not moved the camera here, but we are using the software to do a virtual camera movement. So with our software, we can go up to like 16 kind of virtual camera movement in a simple trigger. So we're just going to run you through a few sets. It is very much yes, but I shouldn't be talking the numbers from here. Yeah, now we have taken her to a snow place. So from a forest to a snow. See, whatever output you're seeing here is not the best of the output, because basically we need to, shoot her with studio lighting. That is not possible. But however, we are trying to do whatever best possible in this given environment. You can also see the reflection of, Divya in the snow set. That makes it, even more natural. We can actually make snow fall and all those stuff, possible. So we say this, in a little funny way. In the real world, God is the creator. In the virtual production, unreal world, we are the creators. So we have control of the environment. So now we have taken her to a vintage train station. So I'm sure the time gap between the snow and the train station, was fairly relatively lower than what could have happened in the real world. So we can also, animate these kind of, preset stuff, the train moving, the snow coming out, stuff like that. In this scenario, I would like to highlight it. Now let's assume that, Divya's, got a backdrop of LED. What the art will do now here is extend the foreground similar to whatever the set is and add a couple of benches and, add one pole. So once, the subject, Divya, starts interacting, starts sitting on the bench and, goes up to the pole, it becomes as though, it is real. So that is the whole point here. You'll have to bear with us for this transition. It takes this time. This is another ocean scene, what we have simulated. Generally, water and fire are pretty difficult to, render in real time, and that comes, pretty easy with Unreal. This can be, as mentioned earlier, can be used in, OTT series, films, television programs, so on and so forth. And the interesting thing is it is not necessary that, we can place the subject in one particular location. We can actually choose where we want to place. So basically, you saw Divya on the other location, now you're seeing her in another location. So you can actually, place the subjects in multiple locations. The DOP and the director can decide where to place your, characters and, place them accordingly. You can actually move a little left, right, Divya. To your left and right, please. So all these camera movements, if you see, the camera is just about 10 feet away from her in real time. But we have moved the camera almost about, hundreds of meters away. When it's in transition, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. So in fact, we call it as a creator's economy now with the kind of digital content required and because of, the gadgets going phenomenally high. So it's actually the creator's economy. That's what the world calls it. So virtual production comes, seamless in helping people to create, content. Today, virtual production is predominantly for the films and other things, but eventually you will see that, you will have a lot of things are already happening. Apple is doing a lot of things in AR for the, gadgets they have. But yes, you will see a lot of things happening on your phone too very soon in the near future. Yeah. So this is a Halogen set, what we created. Actually, in this scene, we can make it very interesting. We can remove the chair and, the candles out there on the digital medium and replace it with a physical chair and, those stuff, props in the foreground. So the more and more we blend the foreground and the backdrop, it becomes more realistic, basically, the human brain, the more and more you deceive it with an illusion, it starts realizing, it's real. That's the whole point here. Yep. How many more we have, Sarah? Okay. Yeah, just last. Who's the last one? I generally skip my exams, but looks like a lot of questions here. Are we done? Yes. Okay. All right. Hi, Thirumalai. Okay. You're referring to, Lokesh Kanagaraj's speech about Vikram, the digital de-aging. Yes, they have used something called as digital prosthetics. So what basically happens is, okay, let's assume that, she is a character, okay, but she's actually pretty young for that. Let's assume, there is an old person, and that person is, let's say Kamal Hassan. Kamal Hassan is a character. And then what we do is, we basically do a time span, photographs of Kamal Hassan and feed it into the AI engine. And then, whatever the real Kamal Hassan does, when we give a timeline, the AI generates Kamal Hassan close to the time span, whatever photographs we have given. So this is, happening. I wouldn't say it's completely, rolled out yet, but this is called as digital prosthetics, and yes, it is happening. I hope I answered you, Thirumalai. All right. Thanks. Kishore, very interesting question. Can Divya board the train? Whatever you show. I wish she could. Anyway, okay. See, it goes like this. Anything which is on the backdrop is only for your backdrop. You cannot interact with it. Whatever you want to interact, whatever you want your subjects to interact with, you have to bring it on the foreground. So that is where the art actually comes in place. So now there is something called as a terminology called as virtual production art directors. So what these guys do are they are conventional art directors. Who are these art directors, right? Your Thota Tharadis and people like that who put up these massive sets. So now they are also getting behind this scene, like working with the artists to be a part of the virtual production asset building as well. Okay, answering your question, no, Divya cannot board the train. Whatever interaction the characters will have to be in the foreground. But how they blend it together is the work of the DOP with the lighting and the art director extending the foreground. So that's an answer. Thanks, Kishore. Karthik, what we are discussing here is basically not animation, it is virtual production. Okay, see, there is a lot of difference between CG and virtual production. So basically, in computer graphics, animation, what you do is you do a storyboard, you create the characters, and then you show it in the green screen, and then merge it in the post. So that is all post. But here there is no post. And interesting thing about virtual production is whatever output you see is, what you see is what you get. That is exactly, the cliche of this. So which means, the director and the DOP doesn't need to, go and scratch their head saying that, we missed a scene, we did not get the lighting proper, because the output is right here. So the final output is here. So it basically has to, be done with a little color correction and then moved from there. Okay, and then you also asked and where AI plays the role. Okay, see, virtual production is not directly integrated with AI, but however, it's involving a lot of technology, which is, getting more intelligent and intelligent. For example, there is a couple of companies called DALI and, Midjourney. So you guys can Google it and, you'll find it very interesting. Now let's assume that you have a story, as simple as, Ravana entering a palace. Let's say, this is the scene. So you actually, enter in this software, it gives you an image very similar to whatever you just wrote. So this is basically, done through artificial intelligence. So today it is in an image form. So tomorrow we are expecting, animations and videos to come out from these kind of players. So yeah, filmmaking is also going towards AI, right? So I think, yeah.
What the convention chairman requested, can we give the present memento to you in the virtual reality thing? Our memento to you, stand there so that.
Oh, okay, sure thing.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Yeah, okay. When you're
Okay.
ready, we are done.
Sure. Okay, the last thing I want to show you before we go, we'll just, she's actually standing inside a, a television news channel. We can actually also augment things with, these kind of setup. So let's just quickly run through the augment stuff, Saran. Okay. Quick and more. So basically, you can augment, billboards, bar graphs, pie charts, whatnot. So where anything of your imagination can be, augmented in the virtual environment along with the actor or the subject. Saran, we can go fast. So whether, reports doesn't need to be very mundane and boring anymore. You can simulate cloud, thunder, as you're seeing. Next one, please. We can directly simulate the flight crash, Saran. We're doing in a rush. That's the reason you're seeing multiple Divyas. This is not how it should be. Excuses for that. So now you're seeing this, flight crash. We actually simulated this Calicut flight crash here, and it took us about, 2 days with 2 animators to do this. So all these things are going to, happen in the news industry very soon. So you don't see news as just, news verbal. It is also going to come into action. So this is it, and thanks for your time, everyone. Lovely being with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi Shankar. Ladies and gentlemen, deserves a round of applause. We have seen to Mr. Ravi Shankar and his entire technical team, the Bahubalis who actually create the Bahubali looks like. We now request Mr. Shankar to present a memento to Mr. Ravi Shankar. And also I think we'll see it on happening in augmented reality or virtual reality, whatever was that. Where is it? So here we are presenting memento away from the auditorium. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of the special session 1. And now we are moving on to the next session of the day. And that's also again a very, very interesting session. And we have the session called AI as a career. I think it's very, very important to all of you. In a few months from now, you'll all be looking for a career. So here's what Mr. Subhashis Bhattacharjee, who's the Chief Investment Officer of Art Park, will tell you. May I request Mr. Subhashish Bhattacharya to come on to the dais, please. Yeah. Yeah, no problems. Welcome, Mr. Subhashish, please come.
Subhashish Banerjee is a co-founder and Chief Investment Officer, CIO at Art Park. Having completed his BTech from IIT Kanpur, Subhashish went on to pursue his MBA from IIM Kolkata. He has worked with leading global as well as Indian firms. Subhashish conceptualizes, nurtures, encourages and invests in companies that make products and services that democratize and expand access to the benefits of modern technology.
Hey, wrong plug sound.
So you want to connect the system?
Yeah.
Keep it on top of this, no problem.
I'll put it, if you close it, I'll keep it on top.
Okay.
Makes me easier.
Just close it, no?
Do sleep, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you put a charger?
I'll take this one. This is the one.
You can take.
Hey, Enago, can you put out a plug here?
Okay.
Audio or
Audio will go from this one? Okay. Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the guest of honor with a round of applause, and let's have his AV once again, Mr. Subhashish Bhattacharya, please.
So, okay.
Subhashish Banerjee is a co-founder and Chief Investment Officer, CIO at Art Park. Having completed his BTech from IIT Kanpur, Subhashish went on to pursue his MBA from IIM Kolkata. He has worked with leading global as well as Indian firms. Subhashish conceptualizes, nurtures, encourages and invests in companies that make products and services that democratize and expand access to the benefits of modern technology.
Okay, let's start off. We have very little time. I'm assuming that most of the people out here are students. Is that correct? Raise your hands. Okay. How much do you understand of AI? What is AI? Is it a term you have heard in newspapers or anything more than that? How many people really understand AI? So tell me one thing. How long has AI been around? 5 years, 10 years, 2 years, post-COVID? Any answers? More than a decade. Okay, interesting. So AI has been around for more than 70 years. What is AI? AI is essentially you are doing calculations on your laptop or your server, something else. You are looking at billions and trillions of scenarios and trying to mimic human intelligence. The only reason why we couldn't do it earlier is that compute was very expensive. AI was there, Alan Turing, 1950. It was used in World War II, by the way. For World War II, they could afford $3 billion of compute at that time. Compute the current value of that. The only difference is now because compute has become cheaper, you can do it. That's why AI is a buzzword. So if you look at the evolution of AI, I'll skip through these slides pretty fast. It is not that this is a new science. It is just that a different kind of technology has enabled this science to be practiced now. What is AI? you have vast volumes of data. For example, can you use AI to predict how many people will get up from this room and leave before a lecture is over? Can you do that? Yes, you can. What are the data points you will need for that? No, the data points you will need is whether there is a food place close by, whether you are hungry, whether that is open or not. Go to any conference, you will see that the food never opens before the lecture is finished. Because if it opens, the algorithm which I just said will go for haywire. And of course, how boring the speaker is. That's the most important thing. So now, imagine this. This hall has what, 500 people? If I have to do a calculation based on how many people leave every second, what am I talking about? What's the combinations you can make from that? What is 500C12 and then 500C60? You're already in the billions. Add that, if you have to do, say, this whole calculation for a month of lectures, that is in the trillions. The maths existed before, the compute didn't exist, so you couldn't do it earlier, as I was saying. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was not projecting. Yeah. So anyway, we keep talking about AI, but we still haven't solved basic things like how to present. It's true everywhere, by the way, every single place. And why is that? Somebody give me a good answer of why is this a problem everywhere? Huh? Because there are no standards. So recently, I don't know how many people of you have noticed, the European Union has forced Apple to make C-type chargers. Earlier, every Apple phone, iPad, all Apple devices had their own damn charger, so you had to carry that. If you had an Android phone, an Apple phone, 2 chargers. If you have 5 devices, 5 chargers. Forget one on a trip, that one is gone. Okay. Yeah. So as I was saying, that vast volumes of data is really vast. This is something which all of you would have seen, example of an AI-driven product. So remember something, every single question you ask of Alexa or Echo or anything, that is converted into binomial. Think of the amount of data. A simple thing, hey Alexa, what's the temperature in Chennai? To translate that and to give the answer, that is close to 30 billion data points, 30 billion. So if it's a more complex question, think of the numbers involved. How does AI work? Image analysis. So today, AI can tell you whether this painting is a Renaissance period, whether it is Mughal period, whether it is classical, whether it is modern, whatever it is. What is that analysis? That analysis is looking at every pixel. And pixel is on your computer screen, you have a definition of whatever it is, 1024 into 712. But if you're talking of a real life painting, you can break it up into billions of pixels. So obviously, the more you break up, theoretically, the more accurate it is. And the number of calculations shoot up that way. So these are just some technical details. I'll skip them. So most of you would have heard of how deep learning works. So since the context is jobs, how many of you want to do AI jobs after you pass out? Hand raised. Okay, nobody wants to do. That's good, MBA students. How many AI jobs do you think this country has? So every startup you go to will have at least a 200% AI team. If it's Microsoft, that number will be 1,000. If it's Amazon, 1,000 plus. So if you look at the CAGR as is commonly said, the growth rate of AI jobs is crazy. Now what do all those people do? Whenever you look at any new technology, remember 2 very important parts. Most of the times, what you will do is application. What that means is, here you see input layer, hidden layer, output layer, forget all of that. The simple thing is, today 99% of the AI which gets done is people pull libraries from Google, from TensorFlow and just integrate those libraries. 1% is actually writing code. So, it is not even necessary that you have to be an expert coder to do so-called AI. Yes, if you have to solve problems at a fundamental level, you have to. But there are a lot of people out there doing AI whose codings, there are people who don't even have an engineering background who are doing AI. Because a lot of AI is pulling the relevant libraries, running and writing an integration code which will be in 2-digit number of lines, not even 3-digit, 30 lines, 50 lines, 60 lines. Even that integration sometimes you may not have to write. If you are smart enough to know how to get it from GitHub, then you do not even need to write that code. You can pull that. It is all about integration. But if you don't understand what the hell it is doing, then you are in trouble. I'll get to that part later. So this is something which all of you would have done. Searching for airfares while you have to go home. Search for the same airfare at 10 a.m. in the morning and then do the same search at 2 a.m. at night. Do you get the same results? How many people have tried it? How many of you tried it? Don't tell me all of you are so cash rich that you pay the full fare. Invariably at 2 a.m. you will get a lower price. Why is that? Most bookings happen on corporate bookings. When do corporate bookings happen? Through a travel agent. When does that happen? Peak hour is morning 9 to 11. Most corporates will tell their secretary or whoever is the person, I need to travel tomorrow, day after, tata. That will happen at 4 p.m., 6 p.m. The travel agent is not working at that time. The next day morning, they will process all of it. 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., your airfares will always be the highest. 2 a.m., if you really want it, I'm not saying these will be like 1,000 rupee difference. It will be 200, 250 rupees difference for a standard domestic. For international, it can be higher. Try the same search at 2 a.m. You will save 200 bucks. You can give me a cut out of that. What is NLP? How many people know that? So, NLP is probably one of the most important things like a country like ours. We speak 30, 40, 50 languages. Most of you here, your mother tongue will probably be Tamil or Kannada or Malayalam for some of you. Let's assume that you don't know the language of business in India, which is English. So let's talk. How many people have had a problem while talking to a shopkeeper or an auto driver or a cab driver, especially when you go to rural? In Chennai, they already know that you have to know these languages to make money. And if the person doesn't know Tamil, then you anyway charge him 20% extra. So that's fine. Suppose you need unfettered communication with somebody who doesn't understand your language. How do you do that? That is natural language processing. NLP, by the way, is not a solved problem. So if you ask me, does NLP exist in Tamil? Forget Tamil, it doesn't even exist in Hindi. Google has partially solved it in English. I will get back to why it is partially. And then I will get back to why it is important. The most important thing in NLP is context. So how many of you understand Hindi? So it's a very simple statement here. Somebody has come to your house. Gupta ji, aap chai lenge? Arey nahi, rehne dijiye, aap mehnat mat kijiye. The English translation would be, Gupta ji, would you have tea? He says, arey no, don't take so much trouble. What is it? Is he saying that no, I won't have tea? Or what is he saying? He's saying, yes, I will have tea, but that is his way of talking. That is context. Most NLP now, the moment they see, arey nahi, rehne dijiye, you put that in English, most NLP will say, okay, dead. He doesn't want tea. Imagine a scenario, 20 years in the future. Suppose NLP hasn't learned context. You have a robot in your house. You have had a very frustrating day for whatever reason. And then at the end of that day, the robot comes to you and says, sir, madam, can I do something for you? You are very frustrated. You say, yeah, shoot me. So robot says, okay, gets a gun and shoots you. That is what will happen if you don't understand context. Most of you are single, so you will not understand this. The problem with teaching context is if you see here, all the answers are different. You suppose, or let's say substitute spouse with mother. You tell your mother, can I invite my friends for lunch on Sunday? Your mother can say, yeah, sure. Or she can say that, yeah, why not them? Why not call your school friends also and your friends from the other colony also? Is that an yes? Now people are smiling. Everybody has experienced that with their mothers. If you don't understand context, NLP can be a disaster. So that's why it is so difficult to solve. Also, so Tamil spoken in Chennai may not be the same as Tamil spoken in Coimbatore. Every place, the context changes, the words changes, the intonation changes. And some places have some specific meanings. If you don't get it, again you are in trouble. So this is something which people keep asking me. So I have given a very simple answer. How many of you here believe in work-life balance? Please raise your hand. Okay, so few, I would have expected more. So let me give you some context. When Industrial Revolution happened, late 1700s, people used to work 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. That was work-life balance, okay? 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can read history. History is always very important. You will find numerous cases of, okay, they were suffering from TB, so after the shift, they fell on the road and they died. And the municipal corporation knew that there was a pandemic because there were too many bodies on the streets. That's how it happened in those days. So remember one thing about technology. As technology does more things which theoretically a human would have done, the same work can always get done with less effort. So historically speaking, if you do a summation, number of people into number of work hours, divided by the number of people for the entire globe, that number has been coming down for the last 300 years. And it will keep coming down because that is what technology does. You invent new jobs, service jobs will come. But the total summation of the amount of average number of hours worked has been going down for 300 years, it will keep going down. That does not change. What a country can do is get a higher share of that global sum. Globally, it's a zero-sum game. The total is fixed. Which country grabs more of it is the only game left to play. There's nothing else. Yes, service jobs will be created, but if X hours are lost, 0.7, 0.8X will be created. The amount will always be lower. Now I'll come to work-life balance. Very interesting thing. So globally, if you look at it, one of the biggest crises which everybody in the Western world is thinking, we are too poor to think about it, is should you have something called a universal income? So since you can't find jobs for everybody, do you give them a free income? What it means is, as I was saying, the total amount of job hours is decreasing. So there are countries like France which say that you cannot work more than 34 hours per week. What it means is that the total is decreasing. It is not decreasing for you. What you take as a share of that is your call. So, if you want to do work-life balance early in your career, again I'm giving a controversial statement here, don't be surprised if that affects your career. I'm being blunt. Most people are not blunt. I'll give you the simple example for that. Let's say there is somebody who comes to office at 10 a.m., has tea at 11:30 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m., has a small chit-chat with colleagues at 2:30 p.m., has tea at 4 p.m., goes home at 6 p.m. Perfect work-life balance. Versus somebody who comes at 10 a.m., works till 9 p.m., answers emails at 11 p.m. If I have a crisis, who do you think I'm going to call or mail? That should answer your question. And when you start off in any organization, you will never get the meaty parts of the work, so to speak, initially. You will only get it when there is a little bit of shortage of the person who was doing it or a little bit of a crisis. Then somebody senior will give that to you. Will they give it to you if you are a work-life balance? I just gave you the example. The conclusion is for you to derive. What does making a startup really look like? How many of you are aware of a company called InMobi? Raise your hands. Okay. Very few. InMobi is India's first unicorn. InMobi is still the unicorn where the founders have the highest amount of shareholding compared to the investors. In most unicorns, founders get diluted to single-digit percentage by the time it becomes a unicorn. InMobi has significantly higher than that. Why am I telling you this? The founder of InMobi, a guy called Naveen Tiwari, went up to Masa Son. All of you hopefully know about SoftBank. So Masa is the CEO of SoftBank. He went uncalled to Japan, gave him a presentation and extracted $200 million from him. One shot. With very little dilution. And there was no newspaper articles about him. He didn't give interviews. He didn't give talks. If you're talking about net worth, that is important. So you can have net worth or you can have newspaper worth. Again, up to you. If you are doing a startup, please, please, please look deep down. Don't go by what a newspaper says. And coming to newspaper, most of the time we say that this is the information age. Rubbish. This is the garbage age. Information is very, very hard to find. It's almost like mining a diamond. 25 years back, it was the information age. Because you could search and find something. Today I can make a video of you where you will be speaking nonsense. There's a company, you will hear about that 4 months later, it's called Pixis. It will be the next unicorn. Pixis can record you for 4 hours of video, 2 hours of speech. After that, make a deep fake of you, which you will also not know, saying any damn thing they want you to say. And the scary part is, so for you, they have to record. For a lot of public speakers, as in public domain personalities, that data is already available, as in their videos, their speech. So Pixis is now working on how to detect their own deepfakes. Making the deepfakes is already solved. So they are solving how to detect that. If you want to make a venture, please remember one thing. Everything is not as it sounds. You might make the best of effort and still fail. Right timing is the most important thing. If your idea is too early or too late, you will fail. The early age of tech entrepreneurs, Steve Jobs, Steve Gates, Ballmer, look at all their birth dates. Every single one of them were born within a period of 5 years. Check that out. You won't, just do one thing. Check out, make a list of the 30, 40 top tech billionaires and then check out their birth years. It'll all fall in groups. You won't find any in between. Other than somebody who is very smart to actually do a startup at the age of 30. Because most people don't get this, that right timing. So it's, you keep learning, oh, do effort, it will get rewarded. Doesn't work that way. Sorry to say that. Most of the time you will be told, oh, Gita says that do effort, phal will come. True. If you don't do effort, nothing will come. But that is not enough. You have to know context, you have to know what the hell you are doing. And as it says, right place, right problems. So the good news is all of you are located in a country called India, which will probably produce the highest number of unicorns in the next 10 years. Be happy that, so some of you might think, oh, India. I can guarantee you one thing, if you were born in UK, 10 years later, you would be sad. Unfortunately, that's a country which is going down. So if you are born in UK and you want to be an entrepreneur, I will have only one advice for you, get out immediately. That's the only solution. So if you see, this is very interesting. These are the market caps of hundreds of companies which were all big 30 years ago. So you can see 5 companies make up more than half the market cap of the other 100 companies which were the FTSE 100 as they were called in 1970. So all the companies which were the 100 biggest companies in 1970 today together account for less than the net worth of just 5 companies which are all created in the last 30 years. Things change. So the good news is that the timing is right now. If you want to make a startup, if you want to do AI, your country is right. So that's the good news for you. this is very interesting. So whenever you look at any new technology, the thing which comes is what is called the hype phase. Hype phase is people will talk, oh, this will happen, that will happen. And that doesn't happen. And then you think, it's useless. And then 20 years later, you see that all the hell that has happened. So all of you should go and study the dot-com bubble of the late 90s, early 2000s. Companies were getting valuation based on things called eyeball per unit. Okay, so how many eyeballs saw your website? Your valuation increases by $1. And then in 2000, 2001, that all bust. And then there were whole articles on what a useless thing this internet is. Look at now. That eyeballs per unit is exactly the metric. Now it is MAU, monthly active user. It is the same damn thing. And you go to any Google, Apple or any service based, you will keep finding that MAU, yearly AU, this AU, that AU. That's just a sophisticated way of saying the same thing. So it happened. It didn't happen in 5 years. The same thing will happen in AI. Will you see a revolution in the next 3 years? No. In 2023, 2024, will you see articles which said that AI promised but didn't deliver? Yes. And in 2030, you will be wondering what the hell it actually delivered. All technology always works on what is called a J, hockey stick. Initially, it will be very slow, and then suddenly the inflection point will come. You never know when that inflection point is. So if you are good enough to be able to predict that inflection point, then probably you should be trading and become a billionaire. If you are opening a startup, what you have to do is persevere, because that inflection point is coming. Have a good idea, defendable idea, keep working and persevere. You don't know whether that inflection point is 2024, 25, 26. Everybody will have opinions, but almost impossible to predict because there are too many environmental factors in that. But if you persevere, you can become successful. AI age is coming. When? Difficult to say. It will be there in 2040. Will it be there in 2025 or 2028? I have no clue. I can tell you it will be there in 2040. The amount of economic value which will be created is tremendous. So now let me get to the other side of it also. There was an analysis done in the US in the second half of 2019. Every single company who announced, publicly listed company, that we are doing something with AI or data, on an average their share price went up by 6 to 8% in the next 7 days. And see, so it means that if the Dow went up by 2, they went up by 8 to 10, adjusted against the actual index. There was an ice cream company whose CEO later publicly said that he did it just to check the thesis. They published an article which said they're using AI to study all children's tastes and God knows what the hell. Next day, their share price went up by 5.1%. Okay, so it happens. Now, what will happen 2 years later is all those companies have again reverted back to normal, and then somebody will say, hey, all this is useless. And then when it actually happens, you will be caught unawares. So as I said, it will happen, it will not happen in the next 2 years. Also, so you hear that AI can do this much today. It actually can do only this much. But the amount it can do, it will suddenly hit an inflection point, and we are getting to that. So I think I'll skip this. Okay, this is very interesting. All of you would have seen this video, right? The Boston Dynamics. This is a robot which can do various things. I'm sorry, I think the audio is not going, but it's okay. So the interesting part, do you think this robot is human-like? Anybody? If yes, raise your hands. Do you think this robot's actions are human-like? The same mechanics works? Yes or no? If yes, raise your hand. Okay, there are a few hands. Let's try to see something different. Now see that video. This robot is not human-like. People don't realize that. So for example, our legs, this is the maximum. It doesn't go forward. Our leg motion is only like this. This is the limit. It cannot go forward. So the center of gravity for that is adjusted. It has degrees of freedom which a human body does not have. That is the actual human body. See, when you build this kind of things, you have to be very careful, because later if you want to say that I will replicate human, this is not a replica of human. And it is very subtle. Most people don't realize that. So if you are building, be very careful of that, because someday it will be used as a human substitute. I'll show you another video. And this is interesting for jobs. This is a company based out of Texas. Unfortunately, you can't hear the audio. They build automated trucks. They have a single truck operation center, as they call it, in Texas. All the drivers sit there, and these trucks are operated in many parts of US. Currently, they are not run on major roads. They are used for things like logging, where you don't have humans. But the important part is that the driver is sitting at home operating a truck 1,000 kilometers away. So when people talk of jobs, if you look at entire Europe, the fertility rate of Europe is below 1.5, which essentially means that their population is shrinking without immigration. Immigration is a very sensitive issue today. Theoretically, you have a future where somebody sitting in India can drive a truck in Sweden or in Texas or in Greenland. This is a company which has actually implemented that. This is both are in US, but it doesn't matter whether it is 1,000 kilometers or 10,000 kilometers. Yes, if your connection is not good, if you have latency problems, those are different things. Then you have a problem. But as you can see, that lady who is sitting, so that lady's name is Tiffany. Unfortunately, you can't hear. She is the world's first certified remote pod operator. Operates a truck which is doing logging in the state of Maine, which is some 2,500 kilometers away from Texas. She doesn't leave her home in Texas. She goes to work in that truck center, which is 3 kilometers from her house. And she's a trucker. So this is another interesting thing. Other than the earlier videos, this is a simulated video. This is not real. So this is talking of a scenario. In India, accidents are a huge problem. We have one of the highest fatality rates from road accidents worldwide. And when you have a road accident, there is something called the golden hour. If you get access to healthcare, right treatment within the first hour, then those fatality rates can be decreased by 70-80%. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. So this is a potential solution, which is an autonomous air ambulance. It is a simulation, forget that, but this is what can happen in future. You can have completely autonomous air ambulances, which is basically a large drone. Since they are not restricted by road traffic, they can travel along the air. You can create centers. So the great advantage, the moment you can go by air, is as long as you are within a 100-kilometer radius and you have a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, you can serve that entire area. So for example, there's a logic behind building fire stations. Fire stations is built that you should be able to reach any required building within a certain amount of time. But when you build fire stations, you have to calculate traffic into it, because they have to go by road. When you build something like this, there is no traffic to be calculated, because it is by air and line of sight. So theoretically, the moment a car accident happens, it can send out a signal, and such an autonomous drone can be instantly, autonomously come to the spot, pick up. So again, the same thing, which I was saying earlier. If anybody is asking me whether this will happen in 2024, the answer is no. 2030. That's a more realistic target. Okay, so in the interest of time, I will cut this off a little bit. I just want to take on this one and then I will open it for questions. What do you need to build a startup, successful startup? Anybody has an answer to that? You need a few things. You need talent, number one. I think that is quite well established that this country has a lot of it, so we don't need to discuss that. The second is you need capital. 10 years back, if you had told me that capital was a problem, I would have agreed with you. Today, it is not so much of a problem. Today, the way capital is available, probably we are in the world's top 5 countries in terms of capital availability for startups. The third thing which you need is ecosystem. Ecosystem is a very complex question. It is, government typically tends to equate it in terms of ease of doing business. It is not, that is one of the factors, but there are a lot of other factors. So, by the way, for any of you who own a startup, if you want to open 10 startups, please remember one thing. It is very easy to open a company in India. Extremely difficult to close it, believe me. Closing a company is like, I see people in the front row smiling because they would have done it. It is crazy. Okay. Now in the AI age, there is something which is equally important, and that is data. I'll get to what I mean by that. Suppose you build an autonomous car in Silicon Valley. Will that car work here in India? Anybody? Yes, no? Will it work in India if you train an autonomous car in Silicon Valley or New York for that matter? No, it will not work, and I'll tell you why. In New York or in Silicon Valley, if a road says this is a one-way road, it means it's a one-way road. In India, it means that the probability of traffic from that direction is 80%, from the other direction is 20%. It's a probability. In India, there is no concept of you can overtake from only one side. Higher probability that you will overtake from that side. Overtake from the other side also happens. But if a car is trained in India, it will work everywhere. Because India is the superset. US, where all the rules are followed, is a subset. So chaos is actually a good thing if you have to train AI. The more chaos you have, the better it is. Because that AI will be more robust. Now I'll get to something more interesting. So healthcare is one of the biggest areas of application for AI right now. Healthcare India is uniquely situated. What was not good for hundreds of years, as in we had religionism, casteism, groupism, what all not. So a Tam Bram did not marry a Tam some other caste or even a Mallu Brahm. That is now suddenly good because we have distinct genetic lines. Very, very important. So India has the most diverse genetic types. I'll give you 2 examples. Kurgis, which is basically people from Kurg in Karnataka, have one of the highest rates of heart attacks in the entire world. Whereas there is a tribe in Nagaland who almost never have heart disease. Suddenly you have 2 brilliant control sets. If you go into a country like US, it is an assimilated population. You don't have such distinctions because people haven't lived separately for so long. The only other place other than India which has such diversity is Africa. But Africa doesn't have the talent to solve it. India is the only place which has the data in terms of diversity and also the pool of trained people to solve it. So you'll see a lot of healthcare solutions coming out of this country for that precise reason. So I think I'm running out of time, so I will skip some of these and open it up for questions. Okay, and the question is interesting, why AI is not made the core subject in all fields? I gave you the partial answer. Right now, AI doesn't solve everything. It solves a very small subset. So, I don't know if there is anybody from education department sitting here. Sorry to say this, but most syllabus is set thinking retrospectively, not prospectively. you look back at your past data. Ideally, you should make syllabuses thinking in the future, but what happens is it gets set based on data from the past. So in 2030, you will see different syllabus. Believe me on that. So that is the only thing I will say. Okay? So thank you, everybody. That's good. There's no questions.
Please, Mr. Debashis, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had a fabulous session on the AI as a career. I'm sure many of you got benefited by that. May now request Mr. Shankar and also Mr. Jagan to join him on the dais to present a memento to the speaker, Mr. Debashis, Mr. Subhashis Banerjee. Thank you, Mr. Subhashish. Many of the points that you brought out were very, very interesting, particularly that ambulance that you talked about, the drone kind of an ambulance, which can beat the traffic. So a lot of things coming up, exciting things that for our people to see, and good to see that people like you are working on it. Thank you so much. Let's applaud him with a big round of putting our hands together. Thank you so much, Mr. Subhashish. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Shankar, and thanks, Mr. Jagan. That brings us to the close of special session 2. And we are moving into the special session 3. Once again, a very, very interesting session. This is on the theme AI for entrepreneurial success. I'm sure many of you will get benefited by this and get some ideas how you can possibly use AI for being an entrepreneur. So to drive this session, we have Mr. Mithun Sacheti. I'm sure many of you have heard about him. Many of you have heard about Carrot Lane. So he's a Chennai groomed boy who's come out with this wonderful concept of using AI in the jewelry business. So let's wait for him to come and occupy the dais. Welcome, Mr. Mithun. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. May I have his AV, please? Please come.
He's also an active investor in early stage businesses and loves a conversation over new ideas. Educated at Sydenham College of Commerce and Economics, IIM Bangalore and Gemological Institute of America, Mithun leads India's largest jewelry e-commerce business.
So I think we started the AV halfway. May I have the AV played again, please, as we connect the laptop.
Mr. Mithun Sacheti is the CEO and founder of Carrot Lane Trading Private Limited. He is also an active investor in early stage businesses and loves a conversation over new ideas. Educated at Sydenham College of Commerce and Economics, IIM Bangalore and Gemological Institute of America, Mithun leads India's largest jewelry e-commerce business.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Mr. Mithun Sacheti.
Good afternoon, guys. Sorry it's really odd for a jewelry guy to be speaking in an AI space, but when Shankar asks me to do anything, I can't say no to him for that. So you'll have to deal with me for the next 40 minutes to speak about this, and I'm sure we'll try and go as early as we can all for lunch as well. Actually, for most businesses, when we started out, I was a non-believer in thinking that, or rather not a non-believer, I had no approach to saying what role would AI and ML play in the business that we are trying to create. And for a long enough time, we were sort of void on ideas. There was no philosophy behind it or thinking. If you think about e-commerce or direct-to-consumer, whichever way you look at it, It's very different from retail. The fundamental difference in the two things is this: one is led by a small number of people coming into a shop and then trying to select from a large set of products available. Whereas e-commerce is about large volume of people visiting a website and selecting from a selection of goods which are available. A retail business typically has anywhere between 25 to 75% conversion of people that walk in. An online business will have typically between 0.2 to 3% conversion of the people who walk in. So if you were to think of this as a video game, the way this whole thing operates is that you're playing a game in which you want to take this 0.2%, which possibly was 5-7 years back, try and keep nudging this to go higher and higher and higher. To make this thing happen is the role of, where the role of AI and ML comes in. This simplifies the entire, I'm trying to simplify this as much as I can to what the role of AI and ML is in our businesses as well on this. Along with me, I have my colleague Sundar, who's going to help me sort of put this across together. we have put together a few set of examples of where we use it, trying to not complicate it too much, keep it as simple as possible and let you feel that. There are maybe about 100 use cases of this, but there are about 4 that we're going to talk in a little more detail about as well. I'm sure it's now prevalent in every aspect of our life. Most people use Google Maps to come here, so you know you're already using it as well. Now, those are the large use cases where everybody collides together and you know that power of information transforms into something. For us, it's relatively different. We look at it to impact small objects of our lives, small decisions that we make on the website. How do we just take the conversion higher and what difference can it make? Over a period of about 5 years, we've been able to take our conversion up 2.5 times. And that has happened purely because of interventions in response to the signals that people leave on our website. These signals are nothing but actions that each one of you might do while visiting a website. CaratLane is a true omni-channel business. We have about 150 stores, but 85% of people who buy or transact with us or interact with us actually begin their journey on the website. Those people who begin their journey on the website are leaving breadcrumbs for us. They leave these little actions that they take. They might visit, they might put in their PIN code, they might leave a selection of a product, they might do an add to cart, they might do a wish list, something or the other on that, and these all become signals for us. We look at past behavior, that's what we would do earlier, we look at past behavior and try and make sense of it. Now, we don't need to do that because there are algorithms built in and it'll automatically use these signals and tell us what works for us as well. So let's just jump on into the first use case that we have.
It's connected.
Sorry, we're having a glitch. While that comes up, I'll still talk about it. When you have a lot of visitors and you think about 1% conversion, it means 99% of people are not converting. So that's a lot of noise. And in this noise of browsing, we need to figure out who do we really chase, because in our business, intent is everything and resources are limited. So with those limited resources, we need to figure out who should we go after, who are the top 10% we need to go after to interact with and make them make a buying decision happen. Because jewelry still is an extremely assisted buying process in online. It's not a pure, no communication, go out there, buy and come out. A lot of people are still worried about doing this. So it's very important for us to figure out which are the 10% out of this 100% that we are going to go and target. And of this, who are the guys who are going to end up buying. So these signals and these browsing behavior patterns are what we look for. Okay. There are about 85 signals that we track that people leave behind. These 85 signals are what we use to sort of make these things happen. And we connect all of this through the CRM journey as well. I'd ask Sundar to talk a little more about it, to say how does he use the 85 signals and how do we go about doing that?
Hi everyone. So like Mithun mentioned, there are multiple footprints that users leave when they visit the website. for example, somebody zooming a particular product shows a very, very high intent on our platform. So somebody, like Mithun mentioned, 90% of people who walk into our store, so somebody giving a PIN code is a very interesting information that we know to track whether that particular user is interested in walking into a store or not. Somebody finding out where is their nearby store. So like this, we classify all of these signals into different characteristics, and we find pattern on how users, an ideal journey of a customer would behave. And depending on that ideal journey, we find out who are likely to visit a store, who are likely to try a product at the home, who are likely to buy it online. So, and then we try to map that journey when a customer visits the store. That's where our CRM comes into picture, where we know all the behavior that a customer has performed, and we'll try to connect back that customer through the CRM.
One of the nudges that comes across, which they end up doing then with it, is that once they realize that a PIN code is a very relevant thing, you increase the visibility of the PIN code to every user that comes across. So all those who find this, so a lot of people would not have thought about this, and if they now start looking at PIN code, you'll see that the result is that more people start buying online. So similarly, every one of these things, every one of these signals, which then results in transactions, teaches us that what do we give priority to. One of the biggest challenges in designing a website also is to build the hierarchy. Which button and which signal should get what sort of importance. This teaches us extensively about what hierarchy to give to which aspect of it. What drives conversion, and we'll build hierarchy according to that as well.
We'll go to the next use case.
As I said earlier, between 85 to 95% of our transactions are assisted. They are either happening at store, even if it's happening online, they have a question to know. You know, it's a lot of money. Spending 10 to 25,000 rupees online is a lot of money for people, and they want to have absolute surety before they do something about it. So when you have extremely high assisted interactions, it's extremely important to also make sure that you are able to go through all of this and make sure that people are getting the resultant behavior that they want. So Sundar built a tool for us along with the team in which they sort of solved this problem as well. Before I give more away, I'd rather let him speak about it.
So because everything is an assisted transaction, right? There's a lot of conversation that happens between our jewelry consultant and the customer. And this could happen largely over an email, through an SMS, through WhatsApp, through calls. So we read all of this conversation. So we try to find out what is the sentiment of the customer. Is the customer interested in buying the product? Is the customer irritated because the product is getting delayed? So we try to find out all of that information, and we assign a sentiment score to a customer. So we would know that this customer is likely to get irritated. So we would know that this customer, if that customer is likely to get irritated and if the product is going to get delayed, we proactively talk to the customer. We tell the customer that, hey, this customer is probably likely to get irritated, so why don't we talk to somebody from a customer escalation team, calls up the customer. And we try to map this customer once the journey is complete. And we found out that 40% of customers whom we have identified earlier, who is likely to get irritated, gave us a very, very good NPS. NPS is Net Promoter Score, where how likely are you to recommend a product to a friend or a family. 40% of them who would have given a negative NPS came and gave a positive NPS. That is a significant improvement in terms of understanding each and every interactions, right? You call a customer care on Carrot Lane, you talk to them on WhatsApp or you chat with them. All of these interactions are getting highlighted by the model, and we use normal NLP models to find out whether this customer, what is the sentiment of the customer.
It actually happens almost in real time. So think about it this way, that you're chatting with a agent across at Carrot Lane. The reading will tell that, this customer is likely to become an escalation. That chat, as it is with the link, will go to the manager. And that manager, at that point, knows whether to intervene or not to intervene or do whatever he needs to do. Now, at an agent level also, the manager will come to know whose chats he's getting most of, whose chat is he getting least of as well also. And that also helps him sort of figure out who are the people to go after. All of this earlier on, we'd do it manually. We'd read every single chat and do that. But at scale, it's just not possible to do it. And even if you were to put more number of people, you actually only lose quality. You're not going to get more quality. So the work the team has is cut out is that how do you keep improving the intent model? And as you keep improving the intent model, how do you get more and more results from something like this? So that's the job that it does. It resulted in, I have no doubt that it results in, while you can't exactly quantify, but it results in at least a couple of 100 crores more of sales for us by just following this intent model across. One of the other metric, which I find far more interactive, far more reflective of its performance, is actually repeat rate. The repeat rate of a business like ours is significantly higher as compared to other jewelry brands. The lifetime consumers of a jewelry business transact about 3 to 4 times in a year. In CaratLane's case, or I'm sure in the case of others who use similar tools, is about 18 to 20%. So that by itself changes the behavior completely. And if you really want to focus on your repeat customers all the time, you really need to get sentiment analysis going very strong. This actually is a fun one. Almost 40-50% of people who walk into the store come with an image as a screenshot of what they have seen. I've seen this in the website and I've come over here. But many of them, or they would have got, a screenshot from a loved one or something and they come across to the store. Not everybody comes with the SKU code. And when they don't come with the SKU code, what you really want to do is basically put that through and get a reverse shot and utilization of that as well. I'll let Sundar talk a little more and I'll add back on it.
Yeah. So sometimes it is our SKU, sometimes it is somebody else. They would have taken a Google image and they would come back to us. So our model will be able to tell us, if it is in our SKU, it will tell you the exact SKU, which is the one that customer is looking for. And if it's somebody from a competitor, we will be able to tell you a similar image, so which is there in our catalog. And this kind of, we use this largely at a reverse image, and also we use this in we have a widget called similar products. We use that in a similar products widget also. So if you like a particular earring, there is highly likely that you would also have like the same earring. So, and then it could extend it to a recommendation engine also, that somebody likes this product, somebody also likes this product. So the use case for this is, can keep extending. So this is a Google Images is a very, very powerful tool, and there's enough and more use cases that are built around reverse image. Almost every e-commerce website now has image search.
Think about it this way, that while for most categories, Amazon's ultimate goal is to become the search engine, right? They want to become the search engine. In jewelry, that's not yet possible. It took many, many years. It took 20 years for Amazon to reach where they are on their search engine thrust, even though the company is older than that. In the case of jewelry, we don't have that. But Google Images is where everybody begins their search. If I have to become an ally to Google Images and then try and use that for myself, this sort of tool helps us harness the power of that and sort of make it work for us as well also. So that's the intent that we go after and try and do this as well. And the simple thing is that if you like one product, and we strongly believe that birds of a feather flock together, if we can find something similar to that, you're likely to like something else from our catalog as well. And it works very effectively when we have our own SKU available, or even if we don't have our own SKU available in the store. They like something else which is similar to that. So it works very strong on that category. This is really a fun one. Where to open our next store. And we have tremendous browsing data, right? People browsing from every pin code, we are able to track all that and make that happen. Our original judgment was that you should open jewelry stores in hubs, where there's a jewelry hub. In T Nagar, we'll open one, on Usman Road. That was a great hub. Or there's a Saukarpet had a hub, or Krompet, or Pushwakam, or Cathedral Road. That's how we would look for places. But we realize that only makes us go and sit in the same place, and it's good to do that. But there are far more hubs available, which we are not able to identify and not do anything about. Or how does a hub even create? Nobody uses data to figure out how should I be the first guy from where the hub will start. And we've been able to do a lot of work around this, and Sundar can talk more about it.
Yeah, so there's a lot of rich information that user leaves with respect to location, right? 90% of our customer base is on our mobile app, and people are not reluctant to share their location. And I would know that you at this point of time is browsing Carrot Lane app from MMA. So I would know at this level that, and I would know that if you go back home, for example, somebody browsing after 9 p.m., I would know that they are browsing it from home. Similarly, somebody browsing it on a weekend, I would know they are probably browsing at home. So even if I'm able to map, there are multiple locations that people would do. So I'll give a great example of how this happens in NCR, Delhi NCR, right? There are 3 big cities, Delhi, Noida and Gurgaon. There are people who travel from Gurgaon to Noida for work or vice versa. And we've seen that people might have their homes in Gurgaon, but they would buy from Noida. Then we realize that and when you look at their pattern of how they are browsing, they are basically going and buying it while coming back from their work. And that's the interesting patterns that we have found out. And based on that, we know that where is a person likely to visit a store, which is the nearest catchment that they would want to. I'll give my example, right? I live between 2 of our stores, and our model has predicted that I would go to one store, but I actually don't go on the other side of. So it's basically Adayar and Cathedral Road. Always my work is towards Nungambakam, so I always prefer going to Cathedral Road store, but Adayar store is closer to you. So there's so much rich information that we get out of all of these models, which will help us predict where could we open our next store. What are the stores that are near our stores today, and which are the ones? For example, for all you know, every Carrot Lane store nearby might have a Citibank. Could be an interesting use case. So we find a lot of interesting information where we find that where are these locations, where are these stores, or where are these banks that are located, and is there a possibility that we could open a store there?
We're a jewelry business, we're an omni business, but we don't possibly, one of our things was that we don't need to open so many stores. We should have a less number of stores, we shouldn't go. And that's what we do in Chennai. We have about 7 stores. We don't feel the need that we'll be ever more than 10 or 12 stores. But traffic density, travel density, all of these things, that data that you get across tells you what you should do in that city. Similar size of city, or maybe slightly larger, Bangalore maybe, but we have 26 stores already in Bangalore. And then we're able to build more because you get so much more data, and you know all the micro markets that exist, and 24 micro markets, and the time to travel from one to the other will start telling you how many locations you need to have. All of this was not possible. Our traditional jewelry businesses or traditional retail businesses don't think like that. We are not able to build all this data and make that happen. While these are the 4 we thought of, there are a couple of others that I'm going to throw at you. Many of you might have used or would at some point use Tinder. It's a great app for people to find each other on that. We built a merchandise app around it as well. So one of the challenges is that which jewelry should go into which store, and it becomes a very big question for us. As you get larger, every mistake is a very expensive mistake as well also, and we want to avoid such expensive mistakes. So we're building a tool. We are halfway there, and then someday we'll finish the second half of it also, where we're trying to put every store at which that store will have, let's say, 200 customers who are its attached customers. Those people get to see a collection right up early, and we're looking for signals from them to see when they'll swipe left and right, like Tinder, literally to say left is to like or right is to like?
Right is to like.
Oh, right is to like, and left is to dislike or skip a design as well. They will have the ability to buy those products at much lower prices because all we want is signal. The value of that signal is so powerful that it doesn't matter if we gave it to them at like 30% off as well also. We'll be able to build significantly stronger merchandise plans across this whole thing, across the business itself. So imagine 200 stores having 200 customers each, having visibility in their PIN codes of all of this, and we get early data and signals of what we are doing. Currently, what we do when we launch a collection is that we force about 20,000 views per product, and then try and collect data and signal from them, and then decide, basis of that where these products have to be placed and what we need to do. This is how we use it in merchandise. In every aspect of our business, whether it's logistics, whether it's merchandise, whether it is where we open a store, how customer browses, everything, I think it's just, this team is now intertwined into every aspect of our business itself. I actually don't think many businesses, whether as a part of their own or outside, will be able to build businesses any more of scale without having these two skill sets as a part of their business. We are looking forward to building a lot more. It's a team that we are continuously enhancing, building. It's only a 4-year journey for us, 4 or 5 year journey for us now in this. But we are very, very excited. I think this field of both AI and ML has legs which I think will drive conversion across from 1% to the next to 5%. It's only going to happen because we will be able to do this. If any of us get left behind in this, I have no doubt that we'll lose out a lot of business and business opportunity itself. Thank you so much for taking the time on this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
I think they collect papers.
There's a great synergy between the both of you. How did you compile the data together to make this presentation insightful? Actually, we didn't compile data, we just put thoughts together. But this is exactly how we operate every day. From morning to evening, someday we'll meet in Sangeeta to discuss a problem, to, at night, harassing each other and making things happen. Synergy is about looking to solve the same problem for consumer in different ways. And if you have respect for each other, if I was to walk into a room with Sundar is sitting and all my other colleagues are sitting in that, please walk into a room with an idea, with the joy to know that they are going to come. There's a great set of people in your office who are going to improve your idea or save you the embarrassment of something going wrong. If you have that, you'll have synergy with everybody in your team as well. Don't go into a room thinking you want to convince a set of people about the idea you want to execute. That's when synergy goes all wrong. You want to take this?
I'll take this. The question is, to what extent sentiment is factored by AI while predicting buyer behavior? Very interesting question. So, like I mentioned, there's from this sentiment we get something called as a net promoter score. And a net promoter score is, it's basically a single question, right? Which will ask you that how likely are you to recommend this brand to your friends and family. Somebody who's rating 9 or 10 is a promoter, somebody who's rating 1 to 6 is a detractor, somebody who's rating 7 or 8 is a passive. And the NPS score is calculated by number of promoters minus number of detractors. We see a lot of a repeat purchase getting influenced by the sentiment score. We know that a customer who is probably irritated, but we had helped him or her solve the problem, is more likely to repeat later. And we know at every level that this customer is likely to get irritated, so we try and solve that problem. There's a customer escalation team which will solve that problem even before the customer thinks that they're going to get irritated. That's how the model identifies. So it helps a lot primarily for a repeat purchase. So a customer who's, how often would you visit a store or buy a product from where you had gotten irritated, you did not like the service? It's highly unlikely, right? So we try to solve that problem, thereby increasing our repeat purchase.
I think to the last one from Gautam, how do you see your company next 10 years because the audience is low? Actually, it's audience being low is a function of the price point that you want to operate and the product you want to sell, but still not so low, Gautam. About 10 lakh customers this year we'll have just on this. So, and how do we see the company in the next 10 years? Well, we've seeded America this year and last year, and we're seeding Singapore and a few other places right now. So our hope is to sort of expand and make ourselves the larger space in this. In the direct-to-consumer jewelry business, actually, CaratLane now already is the most valuable company in the world. So our hope is that we take this to significantly higher levels as well, both in terms of number of customers, as well as in opportunities for everybody else who comes along this journey as well. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Mithun and Mr. Sundar, for this so much of idea we got about how you use AI in your own business, how creative you could be. May I request Mr. Shankar to present a memento to both Mr. Mithun as well as to Mr. Sundar. Come on, guys, let's applaud them. Yeah, I understand that, yes, you're all ready for lunch, but great insights, Mithun and Sundar. Thanks a lot for being with us this afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now time for us to break for lunch, and just a moment, before I say anything. The next session starts sharp at 2 p.m. I would request you all to be here back at 1:50. Lunch is served outside. There are more than enough counters. Please don't crowd around. Wait for your turn. Get your plate. There is a wonderful buffet lunch arranged. There are lunch coupons given to you. Please hand them over at the counter there. In case anybody has got any issue, please do come back to our volunteers who will be there. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, students. Please settle down. Please settle down. We are going to have a very, very interesting session with fantastic demos coming up. All of you had good lunch, I suppose. Just come to the front. Occupy the front seats, just leaving the first 3 rows vacant. Yes, we are coming to a very, very interesting session now, post-lunch. Session 4 on a very, very interesting theme. Transforming lives beyond work using AI. What can be better, you tell me, right? So we are here and we have Mr. Vijay Karunakaran, CEO of Engage Technologies Private Limited, along with his team to take us through this journey in the next 45 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Vijay, for joining us. May I have the AV of Mr. Vijay, please? Audio. Could you play it again? Checking the audio.
And engineering functions. He holds an MS in electrical engineering from Tennessee. Mr. Vijay Karunakaran, CEO, Engage Technologies Private Limited, has a vast experience in leading various Fortune 500 companies. During his 12 plus years at Intel as director, he led and nurtured varied businesses and engineering functions. He holds an MS in electrical engineering from Tennessee Tech and an MBA in entrepreneurship and marketing from Duke University.
Thank you. May I now request Mr. Vijay and his team to address the participants and present the demo, please.
Check, check, mic check. We good? Good afternoon all. How are we all doing? All good. See now, what's the most dreadful thing for a speaker? The slot after lunch. Plus this sound. Let me repeat. For a speaker, the most dreadful thing is the slot after lunch. Why? 3 things. Stomach is full, your mind drifts away, then you spend an hour in social media and chatting with your friends during lunchtime. So you come back for lunch, it's difficult to focus. So I would like to make my talk as interactive as possible so that there is a lot of engagement, and I'll try to make it a useful, valuable time for you all. Yeah? So I'm going to wait for a minute for guys to settle down. Yeah, it's very distracting when people are walking around. Can I get the first slide, please? I've been in the tech space, business space for quite a while, almost 30 years. And beyond that, the most important things, I have 2 kids. My son is entering college this year, and I have a daughter who is 6 years old. My son Adi, his name is Adi, right? He was a very good boy 4 or 5 years back when he was probably in the 7th, 8th grade. Anytime he does something mischievous, anything naughty, he gets a punishment. We all get punishment from our parents, right? He gets a punishment. Typically, the punishment were 2 things. One, we ask him to go to corner of a room and stand there for 30 minutes. So either that, or we will blackmail him. How? Appa, Amma is not going to talk to you for a day, for 2 days. The son will be so upset, crying, Dad, don't do that. Mom, don't do that. I cannot be without talking to you. Don't do that. Right? That's how he was. 7th arch, 8th arch, 11th arch. I say the same thing to him. He does a lot more naughty things these days compared to though they are different level. I tell him, Dad is not going to talk to you. Mom's not going to talk to you. He's like, what's the big deal? Then I tell him, no Wi-Fi. Oh my God. No smartphone. Oh God. Right? The same reaction he got for no parents, now it goes for no Wi-Fi, no, I didn't mean wife. He's too young for a wife. No Wi-Fi and no smartphone. That is the intensity of punishment he feels, right? When you say no Wi-Fi, no internet, it's very warm here. So the reason I say this because that is the dependency of technology on kids these days. Kids mean school student, college student, everybody, right? And what is the basis of that? Internet, right? Internet is the basis of all things we do right now, both at work and beyond work. So I am from a MBA college also, so I was at your position long time back, and I have employed lots of MBA students, so it's such a big pleasure to be among you all, especially post-lunch. Thanks, MMA, for the opportunity. So let's take a step back. Let's take a step back and think where we were some 50, 60 years back and where we are right now, right? I'm not sure how many of you guys have seen many of the technology have in flash in front of you. Batch processing, right? Batch processing where people had punch cards, you punch things and you put into the systems. From there we evolved into command line interface, CLI, where it was keyboards and PCs you were interacting along with it. Then you moved into GUI. Now you move into the new touch screens, right? So that's where we are right now. We are in the era of touch screen, but it took quite a bit of year, almost 60-something years to evolve from where we were with punch card, batch machines to a touch screen. If you look at it, as we moved along, right, over the years, the interactivity has changed. Before it was physically moving things, punch card into a system. Then it became a keyboard, we were punching through a keyboard. Then it was touch screen. Now, moving forward, starting few years to the next 2-3 years, it's all going to be immersive interaction. Immersive interaction as in using your voice, using your fingers, using your hand, using your eyes. How can you interact with the computing? That's the next generation era. Right? So, right from the 1800s, right, ever since we learned about to read and recognize characters, we always observed content. When I say we observed content, what I mean by that is the content, whether it was a newspaper or a PC screen or a mobile computing, it was a display in front of you. If you have to interact with it, what do? You zoom in, zoom out, you do a swipe left, swipe right, that's how we interact with it. You were always very warm, right? Yeah? Guys, it's very, very warm. I'm sweating inside. Can you turn on the AC, please? Yeah? All right. Let's get the AC coming in. And it looked pretty bad on a big screen, with the sweating, right? Looks pretty bad. So anyways, where was I? Yeah, so all along, we were all interacting with the content as an observer. You were the video cameraman, sets the camera, or a video designer does the design. The video becomes an MP4 file, it comes to your screen. You interact as a fixed display, right? The next generation of technology, the next generation of internet is going to be somewhere where you are immersive, you are middle of the content. Content is happening around you, right? That changes the entire paradigm as how we're going to observe, how we're going to interact with the content. No longer you're just absorbing, you are among the content. That changes a lot of pretty cool use models, right? And we all knew, right, people who were non-believers of technology before the pandemic, they all, what? Adopted and embraced technology because of COVID, right? They were doing things, making things work, whether it is social or whether it is work or it is healthcare, without having to go to the place physically. Virtual presence was established. We had close to 10 years of accelerated adoption happening all in 2 years. Yeah, that's one of the only good thing that happened in pandemic beyond, right? So as we move along, you see, right? So things have evolved. Things have evolved over the years. Now, let's take a guess. Do you know how many hours do we spend in a day on computing, on internet, roughly? That includes your PC and your mobile. Roughly, anybody? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. How many hours? 12 hours. 8 hours. Yes, 8. Anybody here this side? 10 hours. 10 this side? 12 hours. Who said 12? You spend 12 hours, is it? 24 hours. Yeah, very good. So you don't sleep?
We check the mobile phone, check the time, right?
Oh, okay. We check every minute?
We could if we want.
Yeah, I know. There, how many hours, roughly? 3 hours. So, see, in an average, Indians, right? Indians in India, we spend average. There are extremes. There are people who spend 18 hours. There are some guys who spend 3 hours. On an average, we spend close to 7 to 8 hours. 7 hours. That includes all things. That includes your work, your social media, entertainment, sports, etc., etc. Right? So we are the ones who spend around 7 to 8 hours. Do you know who spends the least among all countries? Japan. Average. They spend little more than 4 hours. Do you know who spends the max of all countries? South Africa. 11 hours. Average. So that could be people like what you said, 24 hours a day connected. Yeah? So that's the dependency of technology that we have on our life. That's pretty close to, if you consider you guys are sleeping 7 hours a day, that means that 40% to 50% of the time that you are awake, you are connected to the internet. So it is very, very important for business students that you understand where the internet is going to be the next 2-3 years. How it's going to impact the way you work, the way you live, the way you learn. Right? It's very, very important. So in today's presentation or talk, we're going to look at internet. We're going to look at internet, the next internet, and we're going to see how AI has a large implication on internet and how it's going to change the way you live beyond work. Now that we have established the context, the context is next internet, yeah? And to see how it impacts. Next slide, please. I want you guys to observe this. Observe this. And I'm going to ask you a few questions from this side. Yeah? Can somebody tell me what is this slide talks about? Yeah? Facebook changed name to, I'm sure everybody in this room have a Facebook account or some part of WhatsApp or Instagram account, right? We all deal with that. So do you all know that Facebook changed name to Meta? Yeah? Everybody in the room? Facebook changed name to Meta. Why? Facebook is in the business of what? Connecting people. Facebook is in the business of connecting people. They are connecting people for their work, for their social life and whatnot, right? And for commerce. So why would Facebook change its name from Facebook to Meta? Facebook still is an application, the parent company I meant. The parent company of Facebook, WhatsApp and Instagram changed name to Meta. Why? Anybody? Why Facebook changed name to Meta? I'm going to wait here until you guys answer. I'm just going to wait and look at you all. Anybody? You look. Yes. Yes. Just take a dig at it. Anything. No answer is a bad answer. Yeah? This is post-lunch, guys. Stomach is full. Mind is drifting. Yeah? You need to come back into the real world. So answer a question. Why did Facebook... You guys are going to be the competitors, right? Yeah, you guys are looking very, very smart. So tell me, why did Facebook change name to Meta? Facebook is something that we connect on an everyday basis. And you all know Facebook changed to Meta, and you guys are all business students. For a business need, Facebook changed name to Meta. No. I mean, sort of thing, that's what they're doing right now. Facebook changed to Meta because the next internet is Metaverse. Right? So I'm going to the next thing. Metaverse is the next internet. The current internet, which is Web 2.0, in which Facebook is currently there, in which you guys are all connected, is in a 2D, two-dimensional internet. Now the world is going to move from 2D to 3D. They're already doing that for enterprises. To make sure the business of Facebook, I use the word business deliberately because you're all business students. The business of Facebook need to be aligned to the future, which is 3D, which is metaverse. Hence, Facebook changed the name from Facebook to Meta. Are we all clear now? Yeah? Now that we know why Facebook changed from Facebook to Meta, which is Metaverse, let's go look into what is Metaverse. So I just want to make sure we have a logical flow here. So before we do that, let's see a video how your life is going to be moving along. And many of this technology you're going to see right now are something that is being used in the current world at various levels, enterprises. So I'm going to shut up now and play the video. Volume, please. Volume, please.
Within ourselves, take a closer look at it. Great things happen when we commit to something bigger than ourselves. Take a closer look at it.
Place this here, the cedar here for the
This sense of collaboration and the feelings of connection it brings excites us.
Hey, just in time. We're gonna move it slightly, okay?
It's yours, take.
We have 2 planes right now on the same trajectory.
As we put people first, technology fades into the background and feels like anything but.
Hey, what do you think of it? What, 30, 310, 2800? We'll be clear for approach.
This changes the way we see the world, and in turn, changes the world we see.
Let's take a look at what working in the metaverse will be like. Imagine if you could be at the office without the commute. You would still have that sense of presence, shared physical space, those chance interactions that make your day all accessible from anywhere. Now imagine that you have your perfect work setup and you can actually do more than you could in your regular work setup. And on top of all that, you can keep wearing your favorite sweatpants.
Looking good. Let's get together real quick for a debrief.
I'm free now. Let's jump in. Hi.
Hey.
So what do we think?
Things ready.
Alright.
All prepped for the presentation.
Alright. Good luck.
So, we're gonna have an astrophysicist in the family.
Actually, I have to write this paper. Will you help me?
Let's take a closer look. What part of the solar system are we talking about?
Saturn.
If you were taking astrophysics, you could study in the metaverse.
Did you know the rings are made of billions of icy particles?
Really?
Look at this.
Gaming in the metaverse is going to span from immersive experiences in fantasy worlds to bringing simple games into our everyday lives through holograms. Maybe you'll play old games in new ways.
So, Barcelona, huh?
Well, it's not New York, but I like it.
New York, this is.
What's that?
I said, let me put my game face on so I can beat you.
Okay. Check.
after I talk. All right. So what do you guys think? You think it is possible in the future or currently? Yeah? So let me tell you one thing. Everything is right now is being done. The only difference between what's happening now and what you see in the video is primarily the devices, right? You see very thin and light devices they are wearing. Currently, that's not the state. We are little bigger devices, right? But in terms of capability, is exactly same. And many of these technologies you guys are already using. Let me see. At the end, the guy was playing a chess game, right? That's holographic teleportation. Hologram coming through. We'll break down the technology for you all in terms of AI. You've seen the game face? That's something we all use on a regular basis. What is that? Yeah, Instagram filters. Yeah, filters, we use it without knowing. That's augmented reality. Every filter you all use, right, in your smartphones, that's nothing but the next computing, augmented reality. Yeah? So let's break it down what you all saw to see if it makes sense. One was purely work, right? Work, the guy was trying to design and review an automobile, right? Nowadays the world is small, world is flat. There's never a single place we can have everything. That man is sleeping so nicely. You get up, right? No sleeping, right? So when you design anything these days, right? The team is never in a single place. The team is dispersed across the world. And to get people together for every design review is very, very complicated and expensive, right? So this immersive computing, I use the word immersive computing now, which is the next internet, does the exactly same thing as before, which is connecting people. And now you have it in 3D, 3 dimensions. So that's what you saw in the automobile design. There are a couple of people, one guy physically present, say in Chennai, and through a device called HoloLens, which my friend Asha is wearing there, he is seeing a holographic view, 3D view of the car that they are designing. Now, if he wants to have a word with his counterpart, who could be in Germany or any other country for that matter, his hologram is going to appear in front of him. And when he wears a HoloLens, both of them see the exact same automobile, real time. And they could do a design review, do exported view, everything that's required for a design review, right? That's very, very powerful, right? So that's what happens in the first one. Second thing is the ATC. That is the air traffic control that you saw, right? So typically what happens is in air traffic controller, which you would have seen it in many movies, it's all flat screen, right? Is there in every airport flat screen? And depending on the flight things, they look at it. If in case they want to see different view, they click here, click there, look at different views so that they can get a perspective of the entire traffic of the in the air, both for takeoff and landing, and also to divert different planes depending on the route, right? Now, what they're doing through immersive computing is they're able to see everything in 3D in front of them. So they get a much better perspective. They get to get an accurate view of what's happening in the air so that they can make fast decisions. They can make accurate decisions. That's what's happening in there. Very, very powerful. And typically what happens is, as newcomer into the industry that you all will be very, very soon, you all go through a learning phase, a learning curve. So at every point of time, you will need your senior or supervisor to come and help you out. If he's not there, we all panic. Boy, it's a critical decision. If in the same situation, if in case you want to bring in a supervisor, you hit a button, the hologram of the supervisor comes in front of you, you could clarify the questions immediately. They're all happening right now. Yeah? That's first thing. The last thing is the game. The work is pretty cool. No more screens, no more having to go, right? All your workspace is in front of you. You could do many things. And you can do a design review, like whether it's a construction or whether it is a building or whether it is automobile or it is game, doesn't matter. That's the way it is. Next slide, please. All right, now that we have defined internet is very important. Then we defined what is the next internet. Then we talked about why Facebook changed name. Facebook changed name because of metaverse. Now you saw some examples of how people do work in the metaverse. Let's break it down. What is metaverse? So in a very simplistic way, metaverse is the next internet. The next internet is metaverse. And metaverse is just not only AR, VR. AR, VR is one of the component. The main critical component of metaverse is AI, blockchain. Yeah? So every bit of AI that's being developed and is being used in metaverse because the data, just think about it. One of the key benefits of AI ML is because data crunching is going to be huge. As Professor Kamakoti said in the morning, data science is a very important course for business guys. Why? You need to understand data. You need to know how to analyze data. You need to know how to make decisions based on data, right? That's the whole idea. Now, if that's the case in 2D, think about 3D. Multiply the 2D with probably 10 times, 20 times, 100 times to become 3D. So the amount of data is going to be huge. Hence, the data science is very, very important, right? So what are the key things? We talked about AI ML, right? AI ML is very critical part. One of the key feature of your AR VR is what? Vision, computer vision, right? Computer vision, the way we see things. Why are we different from any other? We have eyes, we have brain. Eyes sees things. Once we see things, based on our past memory, past learning, our brain computes things, then we understand what we are seeing, right? So vision in IT is called computer vision. The fundamental of augmented reality and virtual reality is computer vision. Computer vision is nothing but AI, artificial intelligence, a lot of algorithms. So I don't want to go deep into it because you guys are all business students, but that is the fundamental, computer vision. Computer vision is the fundamental foundation for AR and VR. And that's the key part of metaverse, that is AI. That's now gaming, we all know, right? So gaming is one of the first and foremost industry that adopts any technology. PC, smartphone, it is always the gamers. I'm sure there's no gamers in this room, okay? I'm just kidding. How many gamers? All right, everybody's gamer. So whoever is awake, they're raising hand. I'm sure I will get sleeping. So gaming is very, very important. It's typically the gaming industry which adopts any new technology and they drive it to bring the cost down. Scalability, right? What brings cost down? Scale. Any product that you launch in the world, whether it is computing or whatnot, the initial price is always little high. The performance is always little low. Why? Because the scale, the volume is low. As people adopt, as more guys start using it, the scale goes up, the price comes down. That is the supply demand. Yeah? This is your business 101. So that is your gaming engine. Internet and cloud we talked about. Everything is up in the cloud. Whatever it is up there. Yeah, it's all in the cloud. Tokens and NFT. Anybody know what is NFT here? A lot of guys know it. Yeah? NFT stands for non-fungible token, right? And the blockchain is the foundation for NFT. Yeah? Smart contract is the foundation for NFT. The way we live in physical world, that is a alternate digital world. You guys all will believe. The front rowers will not believe. People will not believe that in digital world, that is Fortnite ஒரு game இருக்கு சார். Right? Fortnite ஒரு game இருக்கு. ஒரு 3 yearsல 350 million people logged into Fortnite game. எவ்வளோ? 350 million. Yeah, 350 million. That's close to a US population. Yeah, 350 million people. And there is a rap artist called Travis Scott. You know him? Yeah, he's a good rapper, yeah? Just wrap it out, baby. So, Travis Scott. Travis Scott launched his first concert, not in the physical, not first concert in metaverse, but he did give out a big performance, right, in a metaverse. 27 million people logged in on that day. How much? 27 million people logged in on a single day, right? That's, if we add up all the 50 top physically attended events, if you add them up, it doesn't make 27 million. And Travis Scott made a cool $25 million on that particular day, right? Why it is important? People who are non-believers of digital world need to understand the reason why why retail happens, real estate booms, commerce happens, because people live in a community. The reason why a Poise Garden is so expensive, city is expensive, outskirts is not that expensive, because more people live around the cities, not outskirts, right? The community builds business. When you see 20 million people logging in a single day in a community, the digital world, that is huge potential for business or commerce. So what did these guys do? Who were logged in, just like in a physical event, you don't go like anything, right? You wear good clothes, you wear shoes, you wear glasses, you try to look, cool and go. 15 minutes? Yeah. All right. Okay, cool. So same way, the digital world metaverse, people become avatars. They logged in. They all wear NFTs. They all wear clothes, digital clothes that is delivered or sold by top brands like Nike and Ray-Ban and etc. etc. Commerce happens. People buy physical, digital buildings. Yeah, huge. Just a quick thing. My friend's son, 11th grade, he was a gamer. Wake up. Yeah. So 11th standard, 2 years back, he was a gamer. He started playing games. He didn't have enough money to play games, right? So the budget per month was all exhausted. So what did he do? He started mining, because his father had some 10, 12 nice high computing machines. So he used those machines, plugged into the blockchain, and he got some 0.001 bitcoins. He used that to play more games. Due to the fact that he understood this this NFTs and things like that, he understood the smart contract. Now, as a second-year business college student, he is writing smart contract, which is purely an agreement between a product owner and a buyer on the terms of agreement. Right? There's a physical, but now it's digital. He makes 13 lakhs per month just doing freelancing work. Smart contracts. So that is the NFT. So all those things makes metaverse. Yeah? So, and cryptocurrencies, you all know about it, right? Bitcoins, Ethereum, right? Cryptocurrencies. So a lot of exchanges. So AR, VR, we talked about, right? So AR, VR, AR stands for augmented reality, VR stands for virtual reality, MR stands for merged reality, all combined together is called XR, extended reality. That, along with the blockchain, makes metaverse. There is a demo, guys. I'm going to pass on to Sri Harsha, raise hands, and Prashant for a quick demo to see what I'm talking about.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Very good afternoon. So, more than you're seeing me, I think you're looking at the screen, right? So what I have here is the latest device from Microsoft called the HoloLens, which is a mixed reality headset, a HMD. So this has immense capabilities. It's got the latest XR2 processor, which by far is the most powerful XR computing processor that has been created. Now this device, if you look at it, you can see that I can see all of you through it, but I can still see a augmented screen on my display. Can you see this? Yeah. So I can interact with it. For example, I can scroll up, scroll down, I can interact with it. At the same time, I can also manipulate it the way I want to. For example, I turn here, it comes here. I interact with it on a regular basis. All this while when Vijay was explaining, I was interacting with it to create my own space, my own content. I was trying to create content for myself. So let me quickly pull up an app so that I can explain how mixed reality content works and what is the logic behind it. So I've opened an application. You can see that it's scanning my space now. Okay, let me do one thing. I think it's already open there. Let me, okay.
Tread is formulated to balance wear life and provide traction through a wide range of all-season conditions. Tread is composed of various raw materials mixed together and then extruded into a specified shape.
So what we did was, while testing the app, we opened multiple objects across this plane. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm good. So welcome to HoloPresence. This is how you would be able to see somebody when you actually wear the headset and interact with it. Right? You can interact with them in this manner. So I see a virtual person in front of me. Can you see him? Yes? So this is how HoloPresence works, where you would have 3D scanners in your home, and they would scan the person and they would project it to me in my headset hereafter. See, Vijay is standing right here, and you can see the tire over here. Can you see it? Now I can interact with this tire, right? Can you see that? I can interact with this tire, and at the same time I can point at it and click it. Can you see this? It has recognized my space and has expanded itself. Now I get to explore the various components or parts of the tire. Each time I click on it, a virtual avatar of the person appears and he explains the concept to me.
Provide traction during a wide range of all-season conditions. The tread is composed of various raw materials mixed together and then extruded into a specified shape. Materials may include natural.
So what he's doing right now is he's explaining the concept of the tire, but the idea here is that we interact with virtual avatars, we interact with 3D objects in the same space that we are living in. Yeah.
Thank you, Ashra. So if you look at it, it's nothing beyond a computer. This is just a computer, right? Your smartphones, your PCs would be replaced by a device, if not this size, might be a little smaller. Apple is going to launch Apple Glass soon, right? Soon, the next year. So he's going to replace. All it does is computing. So his head movement is his mouse. His display that's happening in front of me is a display. And every bit of computing that's there in PCs are going to be there, or there already. So that's what it is, right? Next. So what do you guys think? So this is used by, we have supplied probably around 200 of them to Indian defense. So we do work in the defense sector. So many of the trainings that happens in Indian Defense are happening through VR. You know that the US government placed a $22 billion business to Microsoft for this HoloLens. $22 billion. 1 billion is 8,000 crores. Just multiply with 22. That's the amount. So the entire defense training for the US Armed Forces happens through HoloLens, where they're able to bring in different scenarios. People get trained in it, right? That's how the whole education learning is going to happen moving forward. That's internet. That's the internet. Okay, what is this? Oh, there's one more thing. So we have developed a platform called Revin, and it's for stroke rehabilitation. So people post surgeries, stroke surgeries, how you can rehabilitate people. So it's one of the VR game that's used a lot of AI, a lot of BMI for doing rehabilitation. Come on. And it's a simple exercise kind of game. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. So this is a device called Oculus Quest. I'm sure. Huh? Yeah, so he is right now post stroke. When people go through a rehabilitation, typically one part of the body gets paralyzed, so they require a lot of physical rehabilitation to be there. So part of the physical rehabilitation, since really physical game is kind of get kind of boring for a lot of people, we have developed a VR algorithm, VR-based game, where they typically go into the space and start doing some fun game. But the algorithm based on your AI understands your body, understands your movement, sees what is the improvement, and gives the progress to the physiotherapist so that he can design the program personalized for the patient. Let's practice. So this could be a simple game for people who know game. It's a simple game, but there's a lot of AI algorithms are embedded into the system to understand human anatomy, understand the stroke person's physiology, and also the issues, and that gets baked into the program, and it gives a fairly comprehensive view to the physiotherapist so they can design it. Yes. Done? Done? Okay. Switch. I have 5 minutes more? Yeah, cool. What's the time? 5 minutes more?
Yeah, okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah, come on.
We have to close it.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Deck, please. Next deck. Next page. Next page. Yes, this is important stuff, right? So we are right now in Web 3.0. Web 1.0 is a one-way traffic. When internet hit the market in 1996, it was Web 1.0, one-way traffic. It's very important for you all. One-way traffic, that means you punch in the URL, you get the data from the server. That's Web 1.0. That is the start of the internet revolution. Right? It went up to 2005 when Web 2.0, the current internet, was launched. That's a two-way traffic. You could read from a server. You can also write as a user-generated content into the server. The current Swiggy, Zomato's, and every bit of app that you use right now, including the GPS, they're all Web 2.0. One-way, two-way traffic, right? One of the two challenges or the drawbacks for Web 2.0, two things. One, it is 2D. It is 2D. The world around us we live is 3D, whereas the internet is 2D. That's one issue. The second issue is it is centralized internet. That means every bit of content that you generate every bit of profile information of all the users gets stored in a centralized server. Hence, there is a lot of privacy issues. So the Web 3.0, which is the metaverse, breaks the two issues. One, it 2D. So now moving forward, due to the AR and VR and what you saw as a demo, we're going to have a 3D world around us. That's one big thing. Second thing is, instead of being a centralized internet, it's going to be decentralized. That is the blockchain that we are talking about. Blockchain NFT gives you this decentralized, so that when I send a WhatsApp image to my friend here, it doesn't go to a server, it goes to him directly without WhatsApp storing my information in a very decentralized way, right? So that is the way to go. And just to put things in perspective, metaverse, the next internet, is going to be close to $13 trillion, anywhere between $8 to $13 trillion in the next 7 years. Just to put things in perspective, India's GDP is only $7 trillion. So it's going to be beyond that. So huge business opportunity for all. So every bit of applications that was developed in PC and smartphone will get converted into metaverse. I'm not saying that in 2 years, boom, we'll change into 3.0. That's not how it works. There'll be a lot of overlap. There will be Web 2.0, Web 3.0, both will coexist, but we will make a transformation into, we're already doing it. In the next 2 3 years, there'll be a lot of transformation from Web 2.0, which is 2D world into 3D world, and powered by blockchain into a decentralized. So when you all graduate, whichever you are in, I think you will see a different world. Yeah? So, done? Anyways, so that's the idea, and every bit of what I talked about, it's all powered by AI. I have another 20 slides, but I'm not going to go through it. All AI is baked inside. Yeah. So thank you very much. So for the opportunity. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Vijay. Really a very engaging session. Thanks to you and your teammates. May I request President MMA, Mr. Suresh Raman, to present a memento to Mr. Vijay first, and also his teammates, Mr. Prashant and Harsha. Please kindly just, yeah, please. Prashant and Harsha, would you please join them, please? Yeah. Come. Vaki. Thank you so much. That was a lovely session. I think many of the students witnessed all this for the first time in real life. Indeed, a very engaging session. I'm sure these students will take back a lot of knowledge from this session and try to also align themselves and their careers with this. Thank you so much. So here we are all set for the very important session of the day, that is Chanakya the Mastermind. Chanakya the Mastermind. This is the 11th year that we have organized this competition after a break of 2 years due to pandemic to select the best management student of the year, titled Chanakya. Chanakya, the legendary strategist, is renowned for his management, administrative and thinking skills. The Chanakya Award will recognize the best management student on her all-round abilities. Today we have the fitting grand finale on stage of the finalists. All finalists who are all here, chosen based on a series of contests and criteria. The finalists will participate in the final 2 rounds of the contest here in the presence of a distinguished panel of jury and all of you, the audience. The winning student will be recognized as a master strategist of the year and will be chosen one, will be crowned Chanakya, the Mastermind 2022. Now I would call upon the moderator, Mr. Jagan, to the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Jagan with a round of applause. He's been doing this for the many years for MMA, and he's once again here. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Jagan is a management consultant and advisor to large and medium funds of corporates, Indian and foreign, in the areas of infrastructure and real estate. He is a graduate from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and also did his management from IIM Ahmedabad. We have a very, very distinguished panel of jury as well. May I request the panel of jury also to take their place on the dais. Mr. C.V. Subbarao, immediate past president, MMA, and managing director, Sanmar Shipping Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome each person on the stage now with a big round of applause. They're all here for a very, very fantastic exercise that you're going to witness in the next few minutes. Ms. Sangeeta Shankaran Sumesh, business and leadership coach. And now comes Mr. Achanta Sharath Kamal. I'm sure you all will recognize him. The table tennis champion of India. Ms. Shriya Jayaraman, Head Strategic Marketing, Navitas Life Sciences, and Mr. Anil Kumar Maddulapalli, Director Marketing, Sales and Credit, Global Analytics, Ford Global Data, Insights and Analytics. Thank you, all the jury members, for taking your time off and being here today with us. Gives me immense pleasure introducing each of the jury very briefly. Mr. Subbarao, as I said, he is the past president of MMA. He did his MBA from Milton Keynes, UK in 2000 and is alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad Senior Leadership Program, heads the Sanmar Group and its shipping business as a managing director. Ms. Sangeeta Shankaran Sumesh is a business coach and independent director, IFB co-founder and Think Unique. Sangeeta has corporate experience of over 25 years with multinationals, and her latest position was the executive director and chief financial officer of Dun & Bradstreet. She is also an independent director at IFB Industries Limited. She is an author and a coach as well. And of course, I think all this audience will know this gentleman whom I'm going to call out next. Sharath Kamal Padma Shri and Arjuna awardee. The first Indian table tennis player ever to become 10-time senior national champion, breaking record of 8 times before that by Kamlesh Mehta. Represented India in Olympics, Asian Games, Commonwealth Games, and I don't think anything is left after that. Recently, we saw Sharath wrap up his 2022 Commonwealth Games with 4 medals to his name and 3 of which were gold. He was awarded the Arjuna Award, as I said, and also Padma Shri in 2019. Wonderful to have you with us, Sharath. Then we have Ms. Shriya Jayaraman. She is President IIMA Alumni Association, Chennai chapter. She is currently otherwise GM Strategic Marketing, Navitas Life Sciences. Shriya is an alumni from IIM Ahmedabad and holds an MS from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA. Shriya works in corporate marketing for clinical research organization and dreams of writing things other than brochures and earning releases. Thank you so much, Shriya, for being here with us. And last but not the least, Mr. Anil Kumar Maddulapalli, Director, Marketing and Sales, Credit Global Analytics, Ford Global Data Analytics and Data Insights and Analytics. Thank you, Mr. Anil, for being here. 14 years of industrial experience, applying data science, quantitative modeling techniques to automotive, oil and gas, technology industries in domains like marketing and sales, portfolio planning, supply chain, manufacturing, scheduling, product development. I don't think anything is left out, including financial analytics. Thank you so much for being with us this evening. And yeah, they deserve even a better round of applause, students. Yeah, absolutely. It's a big thing that they have taken their time off to be here with us today. And now, I think the greater round of applause should go to these 10 finalists who will be occupying the place on their dais. Let me welcome all of them. May I request all of you to come over here, please, instead of wasting time. Please come over fast. Just as a call, you please come and take your position. Come up. Yes, please, faster. Mr. Thirumalai G.A. Anna University. Please come fast, man. Please come fast. Just say hi to everybody and take your seat. Yeah. This is Thirumalai from Anna University. Give them a big hand. They all come here after going through multiple stages of Chanakya, and yesterday they were all in the pre-finals. So Tarun, PSG Institute of Management, Mr. Tanikavel, Miyasi Institute of Management, Aishwarya Uday Kumar, SRM IST, Sanjay Krishna, PSG Institute of Management, Ram Kishore, XIME Chennai, Deepika Venkateshan, SSN School of Management, Krishna Sudha, SSN School of Management, Rohan Philip, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science, Bhaskaran R, Meenakshi Sundarajan, School of Management. So you can just pull down a little bit and make a space for yourself. Yeah, a little bit you can. Yeah, Prashant, help them out. pull that a little bit away, that table, yeah. Put the table away, yeah. So yesterday they have gone through the pre-finals, 3 stages. Before that, of course, they did a lot of other things, but yesterday they went through psychometric tests, they went through group discussion, they went through something called as a just a minute, and they're all here. Over 2,500 applications this year, out of which the chosen 40 were there at MMA at the pre-final yesterday, and these are the top 10 here in front of you. And now to brief you more about the proceedings and take this further, may I once again request Mr. M.S. Jagan. Sir, the stage is yours now.
It works. Which is a nice thing to do, because when you pick up a microphone, it rarely works. So good afternoon. And your lunch? And your sleep? Yes, sir. And your sleep, you should have said no, but never mind, you're all honest people. I love honesty. And that's a great thing. And the participants, wish you all the best. I can see you're quite tense, your BP is pretty high, etc., etc. Nothing like that, yeah? All right. Let me just lay down the rules so that we should be on time. Please be very clear on what the rules are. We will be having 2 rounds. The first round is what we call as a video round. You will be shown a video. We will play it once again for you so that you haven't missed it. We give you 1 minute to think about it and 1 minute to give whatever you feel like about it. These videos, you must understand, they are not serious, you are MBA. Don't get worried. Huh? We are not teach you economics or HR, anything here. These will be pure comedy. And the thing is, in that comedy, you see something serious is your challenge that you're going to find, right? Please remember, you're given 1 minute to talk. At the end of 1 minute, we will cut you in half a word. If you want, I can give you a warning after the last 10 seconds. You all want a warning? Yes or no? Depends on you. You want a warning. All right. When 10 seconds are left, I'll give you a warning. 1 minute is over, I'll throw you out physically. Okay? Physically meaning you know what I mean. That's the first round. The judges from that 10 will select 5. So 5 of you, we will have to bid goodbye, and you go back to take your seat there. The other 5 will remain for the next round, where the judges will ask you 1 question. You will choose which judge will ask you. We are very democratic in this system here. So I'll bring the ball to you. You select the judge will ask you the question. You answer the thing. If all the judges like it, that's the next round. Again, after the question, you're given 1 minute to think and 1 minute to answer. Same rules apply. In a 1 minute, get lost. All right? And after that, you can relax because either you're made it or you're not made it. Yeah? So that's okay. Any questions on this? I'm not asking audience for questions. These are the participants, right? In which case, are the videos ready? Is all up? Can we get started? All right. First, we will go in this order. Okay, you've chosen your numbers, so we will go in this order. So the first video is for Mr. Thirumalai, right? You can keep sitting there. You can watch the video here if that's convenient. Will it come here? Yeah. So no problem. You can watch it wherever you want. Please, all that you talk, you will talk from that rostrum over there. Okay? The mic that's going to be handed over to you, so you will only talk from there. Right? We're all getting started. The first video, please, for Mr. Deloitte.
Who are you? You. No, not me, you. Yes, I'm you. Just answer the damn questions. Who are you? I have told you. Are you deaf? No, you is blind. I'm not blind, you blind. That is what I just said. You just said what? I did not say what. I said you. That's what I'm asking you. And you is answering. Shut up. You. Yes? Not you, him. What's your name? Me. Yes, you. I am me. He's me. And I'm you. You, me, everybody's it.
Let us see it once again here. Can we have the video again, please?
Who are you? You. No, not me, you. Yes, I'm you. Just answer the damn questions. Who are you? I have told you. Are you deaf? No, you is blind. I'm not blind, you blind. That is what I just said. You just said what? I did not say what. I said you. That's what I'm asking you. And you is answering. Shut up. You. Yes? Not you, him. What's your name? Me. Yes, you. I am me. He's me. And I'm you. You, me, everybody's it.
Okay, your 1 minute of thinking starts now. You can start before if you want. I have no problem. Okay, get started. Your 1 minute starts now.
A very good afternoon, everyone. As much as comical the video that has been showcased right now, it is actually a very serious issue that has to be spoken at this particular point of time. As a leader, anybody should be an effective communicator. Not just an effective communicator, but also an efficient communicator. What happened in this video is purely a matter of perspectives. What we see on video is ethnocentrism and cultural relativism in totality. What the actor says is also right. At the same time, what the master says is also right. It is all about the perspectives that has been dealing here. That just because one person who is communicating and the other person doesn't understand doesn't mean the communicator is wrong, or it doesn't mean the receiver is also wrong. So it all depends upon the perspectives that we are putting forth. And as a leader, I insist that any global leader should be an efficient and an effective communicator. Thank you.
Audio. Okay.
Your 1 thinking minute starts now. You can get started. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good afternoon. In the era where I asked my mom to make spaghetti and then she makes noodles, 2-bit emojis, and then there are proper miscommunications happening and somehow families manage to tend to do with Gen Z. There's always what you want and something that other happens and you're always satisfied with that. One of the prominent examples or the brand that strikes my mind is Petering Land, in which they started with the military clothings, and then they are somewhere in the Indian market now ranging about $20 million, occupying about 20% share of the market. So one important important quote that we all can take about is it's not about how the perspective you see it. In case, once you display success, once you're positive about anything, there's nothing that you cannot achieve. So anything is possible only if you have a mind and the right perspective. Thank you.
I just wanted to share with you, it's only after seeing this video I found out why my button never used to show up at the backside of my head. I think his basic point was that people can survive a fair back here because of these sort of problems. Also, one learns in life. So today I learned something. Right. Judges ready for the next one? Yeah. Okay. Can I have the next video for your please?
Go ahead, dudes. Day for day. Go ahead, dudes. Day for day.
Okay, thank you very from India's Institute. Your 1 minute starts now. Okay, your 1 minute starts now.
So thank you for having me here, ladies and gentlemen. So what I could gather from the video is that preparation comes even before success. You could see that the lady was patient, and she took her time, and she waited, and she made it happen. And fooling someone is not easy. You have to play the fool sometime to play someone. Yeah. So, and the last moment she has been showing her middle finger. So after you finish a task, nowadays you can show off like she did. So yeah, don't be afraid to be proud of your success, whatever it is. And success can mean different things for many people. It is not defined by any one person. Thank you.
Actually, what this video reminded me of, this is an old, I think, Tamil film or something. Anyone? Can you guess? There's a party here. What? Party's on the
Good morning to everyone who is present here. So from this video, we can easily take out the important message that smart work is like really important. And how does smart work come into our lives? It is basically making use of maximum utilization of the available resources that are available with us. Just like how Mr. Bean, the legend, how he exhibited in this video, whatever resources that he had in his hand, he decided to use it efficiently so that he will be able to achieve the outcomes. For instance, whenever I'm at home or whenever I'm attending some lectures, I always feel lazy to take down notes because I'm also part of this generation. And what do? I immediately take the smartphone beside me and take a picture with my phone. That's like a general thing that all of us do because we just want an easy way out. And in the last moment, Mr. Bean did not give up. Even though there was a kind of panic situation, what's going to happen? He succeeded in the end because he did not give up till the end. So what point I want to tell is that never ever give up in life because we never know at what point we are going to succeed. Thank you.
You know, the story, when this video was going on, the entire audience, everybody was relaxed. Exactly. Fair, which is why I think when you went up, you said good morning instead of good afternoon. But it doesn't matter. I mean, you all done that, and that's part of life. But this guy's class, don't you agree? I mean, those of you who've seen that, but doesn't open his mouth, yeah, and make millions of dollars in his business. It's not a share. Okay, can we get on to the next video for Sanjay Krishna from PSC Institute of Management, Coimbatore. Video please. Can I have a ticket, please? Your 1 minute starts now. Your 1 minute starts now, Sanjay.
A very good afternoon to all. The video which we saw was the great man Charlie Chaplin. I think you people know him a lot. The main thing over here is, let's relate this to a management perspective. We have seen a lot people are same like this. They try to get chances, the work will be from their side, but still they lose the opportunity. They don't be they don't get recognized first. So that's okay actually, I'm telling, that's okay for now. You just be patient on it. You just work hard, stay consistent, and someday if today is not your day, it's not like every tomorrows will not be your day. Tomorrow will obviously be your day. Work for your goal, work for your dreams, wait until your time comes. That's okay if people grab you back, and the one who pushed Charlie Chaplin, that's okay if people are there like that, and some days they are going to get back and we will be at the top of the list. And that's what, as business leaders, as us, I'm telling every one of us to be patient, stay consistent, and work hard.
The first element of and that's how challenges are work. Not to worry. I don't know, I have had this experience often, right? There's a Murphy's law which says the queue in which you stand moves the slowest. And when you switch to the queue that moves the fastest, it then becomes the queue which moves the. I'm sure we've all gone through that. Only difference is Charlie Chaplin can carry it off much better than we can. So thank you so much, Sanjay. We now can have the next video for Ram Kishore from Xavier Institute of Management, right? Chennai, please.
Can I start?
You don't need a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you. 1 minute, sir.
Sure. Very good afternoon. Heavy lunch and mind is drifting and sir is asking me to talk. So yeah, the video is about a donkey. Not for me though. Anyways, what it talks about is, I'll tell you about me first. So I run a chat shop. So what happened was that the cook was on a leave and I was trying to cook by myself. What happened was that one lady asked, I want a dahi puri. What I did was I took fresh curd out of the fridge. I just put holes in the puri and I just served it to her on the plate. She told me and she gave it to me and she's like, this is not how you make a puri. See in YouTube. What I did was the next day, I again did the same thing. She came to me and she coached me again. So what I was trying to tell you is, you try to do something, it doesn't work out. But after this video, when the donkey took it again, even I threw the bark down. So yeah, never give up, persistence, and that's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. Actually, when I saw this video, I was reminded by what one of my bosses. I had some nice bosses, not all of them very nice. Long back, he said there are different kind of asses in the world. You decide which ass you are. And you, as for my hoodie, I had a choice. I'm going to jump on one. Okay, so this one really with me, and you know that kind of thing. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Deepika Venkatesh from Assistant School of Management. You ready? Wait, go.
个好，你这个好，我头你明明老师，我老张，一个我最後生都聽啊，我睇你名叫我妹我阿媽都背。做咩我叫幫你個幫你？我係做先生。你係我會。
Good day everyone, I'm Deepika Venkateshan. So we saw the video, right? So being a management graduate, as soon as I saw the video, I just correlated with Maslow's hierarchy theory. Like at the initial stage, what happened is that everyone have a need, right? So they are focusing on the lower order need. Like the psychological need and the safety need is first for everyone. So they left and went the customer. But that particular person is feeling that something's bad out and he's coming out. So what I learned from this video is that listen to the noise within. You are your first thing, whatever happens to you, you should be very cautious about the world outside. Like you need to learn a lot and you need to be very focused. To end it, success seems to be connected with action. Successful people keep moving. They make mistakes, but they never quit. Since the person also didn't quit. Thank you.
All this is fine, you know, you poked the girl, poked, and then he started trying to jump all that. I just want to ask one question. Today, if somebody was in that same position that he is, what do you think he would have done? No, jump at all. Ideally, what you have done? You would have first looked for his mobile phone somewhere.
Good afternoon, everybody. We saw the video here about the video. Choose your own battles every day. We all have battles here. And you have the attention to detail with persistence and perfection, even patience. But use your common sense before you even do anything, because the direction in which you go matters. You may be doing everything, but you won't go in the right direction. And last of all, be fresh when you wake up.
I like what you said. Be fresh when you wake up. It's a bit of a tough call. All of us have this problem not seeing the switch and putting it on. The other problems I have had is I put the milk on and forgot about it and started eating newspaper. You know what happens after that, right? Which is a bigger disaster than not having a toast. Yeah. Believe me, I'm speaking from my, not from this place. Okay. All right, we have two more candidates left. Can I have the next video for Rohan Philip? You are from Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. You also got a component, yeah? Video please. Video again, please. Okay, your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening to one and all. Thanks for the video. Actually, through this video, we get to know one thing, that is, we do not empathize on others. That is, usually when we are in our workplace or with our friends, we do not empathize. We do not think from their shoes. We don't understand. We criticize them. We complain about them. We like try to corner them. But we do not understand what they are going through. This is one of the reason, like if someone from our side, like our relatives or friends, if someone commits suicide, like we would, after them committing suicide, we will say, like they could have told us a word or something before that. But the thing is, we don't empathize. We don't understand what is going, what they are going through. That is like, it doesn't cost anything to be kind. So empathize on others and be kind. Thank you.
So we've seen asses in this videos, we have seen goats in this video, and so we finally come to the end of the videos. And can I have the last video for Bhaskaran from, forget your college, right? From Meenakshi Sundarajan School of Management. Have I got it right? Okay, the video please.
Turn around. Actually, face it. Face the window.
Okay, and roll, please.
Try one more. Turn around. Actually, face it. Face the window.
Bhaskaran, your 1 minute. Your 1 talking minute starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. From this video of Mr. Bean, which is a legendary animation, and which was also portrayed as an animation, we get major management quotes. First is, think before you act. Even before we are in the video, Mr. Bean was about to take a photo of himself, but he didn't make any preparation and think about it. So the first photo was not good. Then tried to be genuine rather than portraying flowery pictures. He was making up himself. And irrespective of, instead of thinking logically, he was trying to portray ungenuine things. The next is stability. When the photographer asked Mr. Bean to move a little, he moved a lot. There should be stability in whatever we do. The next is rather understand clearly whatever the instructor says. The photographer instructing something and Mr. Bean was doing something. The next is smart work. We should plan before taking a photo or video. The next is don't be in a hurry. These are the major management things which I could get from this video. Thank you.
My thoughts on this only one thing. The modern version of this is when you start giving your OTP to anybody who calls you, right? Is it right? And if you go back, if you did this in those days, for those who know Tamil, you will understand. We would have called him a Siriyana Manga Padaya, correct? So, just to put your right perspective and things, can I thank you all so much? We have finished the first video round. Thank you so much. The judges, if please think through what you want to do. Take your time over it while I keep them engaged slightly. Okay. When you're ready, let us go. You will come and announce. Let's. Okay, let's relax a little bit. All of you are so ready. This is my deep in the process. Most of you are from Chennai, right? Most. And you know in Chennai right now, this is the right one, I'm nothing very serious. And in Chennai, you know right now, almost every road is developed. So I was told that the Corporation of Chennai is going to start a new game based on this one Manega Karopati kind of thing, where you will randomly enter the road, which will of course be blocked. And then you will be asked the question, why is this road blocked? Option 1, because the electric cable is being laid. Option 2, metro rail. Option 3, drinking water. But option 4 is the most interesting. We have not done this road for the last 3 years, so we commit. You have to choose, right? We are in that kind of situation. I'm sure many of you would have, if you're on motorbike, it's okay, you can go like this and like this and like that. The car becomes, quite difficult. Maybe none of you have, who's from outside Chennai? Coimbatore is outside Chennai, yeah? Perimeter of Chennai. Good. Alright. You're from Coimbatore? Yeah. So how's Coimbatore? No digging there, huh? No digging. Why are they here to teach our people, yeah? You don't have flooding, you don't have cable problem, you don't have better problem, no digging. Anybody else has any comment? Yes. You can't flood, the whole thing comes straight down. You don't have flooding problem. We have a lot of flooding problem. Anyway. What do we do? Some, the audience are keeping quiet here. I mean, let's get those people involved. There's no mic. There's no mic in the half the mic is from here. Is there a mic? Mic there? No.
There? Mic, Andia. Can you give me some mic, please?
And mic.
And mic. Yeah, there.
Some questions. You all heard of, you must have heard of WFH. What is it? WFH. Word from? Alright. So what is SAH? You don't know what is SAH? All of you have been doing it. What is SAH? Sleep at home. Alright? And now, I want a response. I think a lot of questions have been asked, judges may ask, but would you like to work from an office or would you like to work from home? Anybody pull out the mic and I can't even see properly. You want to say? No, you don't want to say. I'll give a lady a chance. Which lady is willing to say? Gender cases. Diversity. Already I got a lady, doesn't matter. Where do you want to work from?
Work at office, sir.
Work at office, why?
Always being at home and bored, sir.
And then I'll ask another question. Enough for you. Go ahead. You all done studying from home, not the Zoom calls? Okay. The standard excuse for removing the, cutting yourself to the video so high, sir, that I have to cut. That means the tutor cannot see what you are doing. Okay? The other one is cutting the sound. What is the reason there? Sir, my sister's child is always crying, that sound comes. So yeah, cut out the sound also. Now I want you guys to come up with something new, one new idea for cutting out video and cutting out sound in your Zoom calls. Something different. I've given 2 reasons which are the most common. Half of it is not true. Because once you cut out the sound of the video, what does that make you do? Nobody knows what you're doing. And believe me, this happens in work from home also. Any new idea? So you like to work from, anybody likes to work from home? He has said he likes to work from office. All of you like to work from office? Yes? I heard some sound here. Yes? நல்ல எக்ஸசைஸ் யார் 3 தடவை மேலே ஏறி அடிச்சாக்க சாப்பாடு Yeah. Correct? Yeah. You're ready? Yes?
Is that okay? Yeah. I would like to work. Yeah.
You all wait, no?
I would like to work from home.
You like to work from home? Why?
Yeah. Because I can get up whatever time I want. No. Yeah. No. There's no need for me to get up at 6 o'clock, prepare food, and then manage that. Like.
COVID has spoiled all of us. Okay. I thought it was a bad pandemic, but anyway. That ends our discussion. Right now we'll have another session with you where I want to listen to something else.
Thank you again. I got viewing wisdom after thorough evaluation given the name to me, and I'm going to call out the name. The names I call out, I request you please step forward from here. Okay? The first name is Tirumalai from Anadu. And Mr. Tarun from PhD Institute of Technology. Sanjana Krishna from PhD Institute of Technology.
Quite easy.
Ram Kishore, Xavier Academy.
You got your questions in front of you? No, your questions.
Deepika Venkateshan from SFB School of Management. Gentlemen, the people who move the finalists, please give a big clap of applause. Gentlemen, you are very right commenter for you. Second, please commenter to them. Can you comment to you? Thank you.
They continue to sit in the same place. Make them surprise.
Give them a round of applause. They came all the way here until, yeah.
All the best. Well done.
You're all sitting in the same place, right? I suppose so, yes. So, Anika Bear, Aishwarya Uday Kumar, Krishna Sudha, Rohan Philip, The first question addressed to Tanikavil.
Check.
So, Tanikavel, your question is this. Does moonlighting amount to cheating, or will it be an accepted norm going forward in the industry? What is your take on this?
I will repeat the question before you answer, and the audience will get it clearer. Does moonlighting amount to cheating, or will it be an accepted norm in the industry going forward? Your one thinking minute starts now. Okay, your one talking minute starts now.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Go ahead.
So, moonlighting. Let's go to the root cause of moonlighting first. So, moonlighting is something that started off during the pandemic and during the lockdown. It was not that before. So, during the lockdown and during the pandemic, employers laid off a lot of employees. Their remuneration was cut in half. And their perks and benefits like healthcare, insurance, and all other benefits were put down. So the employee, he got to thinking, and during the pandemic, we all had time to think, right? So he got to thinking, so who am I now? What am I doing with my life? I got kids to feed. I got food to put on the table for family. So he was left with no option. So moonlighting may be a norm in certain companies that employees are giving, but if employees reward employees, thank you.
That's all you could justify moonlighting beyond that. Okay, when the thing about that, yeah. This time I'm going to be very serious. This is the second round. Yes, the chosen judge is Shreya. Shreya, your question to Aishwarya.
So, my question is the great resignation. Will the trend get reversed anytime soon? What is your take? And if you were working now, what would you do and why? As in, would you resign or would you stay on your job and why?
The question is on the great resignation. Will the trend get reversed anytime soon? What is your take? If you are working now, what would you do and why? Like, would you resign or continue? Your one thinking minute starts now. You ready? Okay, your talking minute starts now.
That was such a wonderful question, And I would like to say that in this pandemic, everything has become unpredictable. So it is our time to actually stay patient and wait for what is going to come up next. And resignation is not the only solution for all the problems. So personally, I won't be resigning because I'll be working together with my organization, working together with my people to find a solution together. Because as a management student, I will never give up easily. So even recently, a very well-known company, HCL, has laid off 350 employees. So it is natural of everything. So we have to just take it as a stepping stone. For instance, let's say that we are throwing a stone into a river. The first stone might go to A distance. Our next stone will definitely go beyond the A distance because our target is A now. So never give up at any time. So resignation is never the solution, and we have to always be steadfast. So what I would like to say is that I will never resign. I will be firm on my decisions, and I will just continue to work out my best. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Krishna from SSM. Right. You got your audience there. Okay. Come on. Mr. Swarab, please. Mr. Swarab, your question goes to Krishna Sudha.
Krishna Sudha.
So mic is not going to say. No, this is not the wrong one. This one is working, so continue.
Yeah. Okay, Krishna Sudha. You have been selected by a company, and the HR gives you an option whether you would like to work as an executive assistant to the managing director or work on the shop floor with the operating team. Which one would be your choice and why?
The question is, you have been selected by a company and the HR gives you an option whether you would like to work as an executive assistant to the managing director, or would you like to work on the shop floor with the operating team? Which one would you choose and why? Your Cindy minute starts now. Your talking minute starts now.
So that was a great question. The question I would ask myself, but I will personally choose the operating position from the lower level. If I am directly positioned to the top level, I will never learn the lessons from the bottom. I would never face any difficulties. I would never know the path where, what are the difficulties faced by them. I want to move in a step-by-step manner where you can actually take their views, opinions, you can also work out for them, and you can grow and gel with them, and then take to the next position. If I were in that position, I would definitely choose that. And also, great lessons are actually can be learned from the below. Even if you were the son of a very well-known company, but you have to be from the bottom and learn things and then go up. You'll stay back.
Curiosity, the option was executive assistant to the managing director. You are not appointed to the managing director. You were clear on that, right? So long as you were there, it was possible. The second last, Mr. Rohan Philip, you don't get a choice, huh? He gets the last choice. Anil Kumar. Your question goes to Rohan Philip.
Hey Rohan, can you hear me okay? Okay, the question for you is, can you spell out 2 opportunities that an enterprise can seize during an economic downturn?
I'll repeat the question. Can you spell out 2 opportunities that an enterprise can seize during a downturn? Your Sochna minute starts now. Your starting minute, check. Talking minute starts now.
Thank you, Anand sir, for the question. And I believe that ideas come from problems. Every business idea is a conclusion of a problem. That's where the problem, that's where the idea starts from a problem. So during a downtime, like initially we had demonetization, and that's where KTM evolved. It got revolutionized and it monetized all the problems. That's where like KTM started and they were able to reach unicorn startup. And also during the pandemic, whole of us were sitting at home, and that's where the OTT platform had a boom. So in every problem there is a solution and there is an idea, and there is a lot ways to monetize them. Thank you.
Thank you. And we come to the last question of the judges, Mr. Sharat Kamal. Your question will be addressed to Mr. R. Bhaskar.
Hello. Hi. So my question to you would be, what does truly represent a company's culture? The behavior displayed by the leaders or the behavior those are rewarded?
I'll repeat the question. It says, what does truly represent the company culture? The behavior displayed by the leaders or the behavior that is actually rewarded? Bhaskar, in your 1 minute, Suru. The talking minute starts now.
Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for the beautiful question. From my view, I would say that the culture which the company represents should be learned from the leaders, because leaders serve as examples for other employees. Whatever the leaders display, whatever behavior they execute, the employees will follow them. So rather than avoiding the leadership quality, it would be better for the leaders in the top position to portray the same. By looking at this, they can take the leaders as their role models, and they can adapt to the company's behavior and cultural values accordingly. This is followed by great corporates today like Tata, Infosys, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhaskar. With that, we come to the end of the competition per se. relax. You guys forget it. Back to you guys. Is there anything called privacy left in this world? Yes, no? A loud answer for all of you today. Is there any privacy left in this world? No. Hi, dictionary. Okay, other than dictionary. Are you afraid the government will steal your data? Yes, sir. I don't know what will the government do. I mean, I just say that one couple with their talking, and my people are there in Starbucks, a coffee shop, and income tax fellows listening. This guy is going to Starbucks. Fellow doesn't even have a PAN number, is not find a single ID return. How can he go to Starbucks? Let's read it tomorrow. Doesn't happen, no? And then we are so generous with our data. Yeah. You go to a mall there, our fellow says, I'll give you a nice coffee mug, please give your email and phone number, and we will give all our phone numbers, all our emails, we'll give a whole jargon there. And then we complain, writing letters saying, privacy is in great danger. So I'm asking you, you're all going to start your life. So you believe there is privacy? All of you said no. Any of you changed your mind in the last 2 minutes? Nobody's changed their mind. So you're not bothered about privacy. You're not even bothered about privacy. There is no privacy from you. You're not even bothered about it. Yes? Okay, then you make the life of government so simple. You make the life of company so simple. Anyway, you won't care less. Okay, let me just, I think we have debated enough and probably there. The one serious one thought I would like to leave with you, because you people, I'm taking the average age of all of you, around 24 or thereabouts, right? Roughly. And when we touch 100, that is 2047, touch wood, all of you will be either having your own companies or will be leading management some companies. Just make a resolution for yourself that in the Forbes 500 list of 2047, 25% will be companies started in India. Right? Take a round of applause for that and just relax. Make it happen. Our generation is faltu. Hope we brought you to the 5th. Your generation will start from the 5th. I don't know where you're going to take it. God bless all of you and really wish you the best while we wait. 2 more minutes? All right. Now I throw it open. If you want to say anything, I'm running out of questions to ask you because none of you are even asking for the mic and saying something. So how do you think this conference, how did this contest went? Yeah, I'll walk there with my mic. Or I'll let throw the mic at you. And who, like the sixer, whoever the ball. Yeah, you want to say something? You don't know where I'm pointing the finger, so it doesn't matter. I'm generally pointing the sun. Yeah? Fast paced, this is fast. Thank you. Sometimes you we time everything. You do not know our group captain. I mean, he's from obviously from the defense. And in the defense, every second counts. If you're 2 seconds late, and how they justify it. If you're 2 seconds later, the enemy has moved. Right? So he runs it by the clock. So believe me, we timed it. I have a sheet in my paper which I can't disclose to all of you. It's not fair. I tried 30 seconds, 45, not minutes. But let me tell you one thing. Indians are the worst in sticking to time. I don't know if you people know this, but really honestly, because we come from the generation, I'll meet you at 10 o'clock, what it means is, I'll meet you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning can be if I get up at 10 o'clock, I'll meet you at 10 o'clock. Nothing else meeting you at 10. I don't know if I'll get up at 10. Please, as we grow more, you say 10:15, it is 10:15, not 10:16. If you can do that to catch a train and to reach the airport to board a flight, how many of you have flown? Yeah? Some of you have. What happens if you reach after the gate is closed? You think they'll say, are you a power and get you inside? They'll kick you out and also keep your money, So learn from that. We have to move on, and that's from a time management. What else would you like to comment on what you all had a full day session today? There have been very interesting ones. There was one that Carrot Lynn. He said one thing which to me interested, not you finished. Let me just finish with this one line. please remember this for the rest of your life. If you think negatively, negatives will happen. You think positively, positive will happen. That was this statement. I'm only seconding it, and I'm suggesting all of you follow it. Okay? Thank you so much. And I hand over the mic to. It's been a pleasure hosting this, and I've been doing it, being a moderator, and thank you all so much. Bye.
Come on the stage, we present a memento to the moderator and judges. And the president Thank you. Now I got the results in hand. It's not like reality show. Please the BP for some more time. May I request all the 5 of you please come here and step forward and stand. Good. Gentlemen, do you want to applause all the 5 of you? Students. But ultimately, Chanakya Mastermind, there can be only one Chanakya. So there will be only one person who will be crowned as a Chanakya Mastermind with 1 lakh over. I call the name, whose name I call out. I request you to please step back. Is it okay? First name is Anikave from SSN Miyasi Vishwa Ma'am. Can you step back, please? Thank you. Aishwarya Uday Kumar. Please step back. Bhaskar, please step back. Rohan, step back. Thank you, jury, and we request jury to please step forward for a group picture and also a moment. Big round of applause to the jury, please.
Jury memento for Andrea.
Wait. Wait for you. Congratulations. Very well done. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure it was a tough call for the jury as well, a difficult task to do. So we have let us have the honor of the jury members.
Thank you, Mr. Subbarao. Past President MMA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause as well. They've spent their time here this afternoon to select the best management student of the year. Ms. Sangeeta Shankaran Sumesh. Thank you, ma'am, for being here this afternoon. Mr. Achanta Sharat Kamal. Thank you so much, Mr. Kamal, for not playing a game today and having come here and honored us. Thank you so much for being here. Ms. Shreya Jayaraman next. And last but not the least, Mr. Anil Kumar Madulapalli. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon, sir. So may I also request the jury members, the guests or dignitaries on the dais to honor a few more people who have actually been involved in this Chanakya so far. Let me begin by thanking the jury members who have gone through the preliminary stages up to the pre-finals. May I request Mr. Dwarkanathan and Dr. Vasudevan and Professor Sridhar to come onto the dais and accept a memento from our end. And also Mr. T. Suresh Kumar from Pravara Consultants. Ladies and gentlemen, these jury members have been there throughout for the last 2 months, interviewing the candidates, selecting their essays, correcting their essays, and doing a lot of other things. including the pre-final yesterday. So though they also deserve a big round of applause. Mr. Dwaraknathan, who has been doing it for the last 8 to 10 years. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us in this journey. Professor Sridhar, Dr. Vasudevan, and Mr. T. Suresh Kumar, who has represented the Central Test and has conducted the psychometric test yesterday to all the pre-final candidates, along with his team, who is also here. And now, we also have a few student volunteers who have worked with us for the last 2 months to make this grand success. May I request all of them also to come and take their mementos from the dignitaries on the dais. Mr. Prashant, Abhita Varshini, Ms. Darshini, Mr. Vicky, Mr. Tarun, Ms. Kirtana, and Ms. Swati. Please give them a round of applause. They have been there in MMA for the last 2 months and doing a phenomenal work in selecting the finalists and being with us. So I also thank the Rajalakshmi College of Engineering and High Tech for sparing them to be in MMA and for the last few weeks and working with us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end of this session and we will commence the valedictory session very soon. Just bear with us for the few minutes. So as you are aware, there is a... Yeah, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last session of the 21st All India Management Students Convention. And for the valedictory session, I'll request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. Ready? Hand my towel. May I request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais, please. Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan D, MD Sundaram Home Finance Limited, sir, may I request you to come on to the dais. Mr. Vijay Shankar, Deputy Chairman, the Sanmar Group. Mr. Suresh Raman, President, MMA, escorted by Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, Executive Director, MMA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause. Sir, please. Come on, students, is this the Josh? Come on, let's welcome them with a round of applause. Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Good. Mr. Shankar, may I please request you to come on? Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan is the MD, Sundaram Home Finance Limited. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan G is the Managing Director of Sundaram Home Finance Limited. He has over 30 years of experience in leading different financial services businesses in both India and overseas. He is also involved in setting up new businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan. May I request you to come and deliver the welcome address for the valedictory function.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you. It's indeed my great privilege to be here to deliver the formal welcome address this evening to the valedictory session for the 21st MMA Annual All India Management Students Convention 2022. We all had the privilege of listening to a host of eminent speakers today from the industry, provided us with valuable insights on the theme of the convention, AI shaping today and the future, which was very thought-provoking and insightful. We all live in a rapidly changing times, VUCA world as they call it, especially for businesses, and these are testing times for the corporate world as well. The last 2 decades have seen massive shifts in business, and when we thought we were all getting our hands around what's going on, the last 2 years turned it upside down. In this context, I'm sure that the deliberations that happened during the day today on this theme would help all the aspiring managers and to all of us as well who are on the threshold of an exciting management career to develop a broad understanding in the changing face of digital transformation. I have great pleasure in welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Vijay Shankar, Deputy Chairman, the Sunmark Group, is on his august presence despite his hectic schedule to deliver this valedictory address and also to present the awards and the trophies to the winners of the various competitions and the Chanakya, the mastermind, and the Best Management Student of the Year 2022 organized by MMA as a prelude to the Management Students Convention. The management students are eagerly looking forward to hearing his vibrant address, which will be inspiring and invigorate the young management students. I take this opportunity to welcome all the winners of various competitions and the first rank holder in MBA from the University of Madras and Anna University. My special welcome to the guests from management institutes, invitees, past presidents, my colleagues in the management committee, members of the media, and the viewers watching this convention live all over India. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to the valedictory session and wish you a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, for setting the context for this valedictory function. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vijay Shankar is the Deputy Chairman of the Sunmark Group. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Vijay Shankar is the Chairman of Chemplast Sunmark Limited and Deputy Chairman of the Sunmark Group. He also serves on the boards of KCP Limited, Oriental Hotels Limited, Kaveri Retreats and Resorts Limited and Transport Corporation of India Limited. Mr. Vijay Shankar is involved with a number of educational and charitable organizations. He serves as a trustee of the Child's Trust Hospital and Voluntary Health Services (VHS), and he is on the governing board at CPR Environment Education Center. He is currently the Vice President of the Tamil Nadu Tennis Association.
May I now have the privilege of inviting the chief guest, Mr. Vijay Shankar, to deliver the valedictory address, please.
Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, Mr. Suresh Raman, Mr. Shankar, Group Captain Vijay Kumar, speakers at the convention, students, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the MMA and the All India Management Association for inviting me to deliver the valedictory address at this wonderfully organized Management Students Convention on AI. I represent the Sanma Group. The Sanma Group was founded in the 70s, and we are a 50-plus-year-old institution with over 12,000 crores in sales, with businesses all over the world in India, Mexico, and North America. And we are present in the chemicals, engineering, shipping, and the foundry business. The group is well known for global partnerships, the oldest nearly 50 years, and these have stood the test of time. The Sanma Group's motto, where integrity meets excellence, captures the essence of our philosophy. We have had a very close association with the Madras Management Association over many years, and we both share a passion for excellence. We in the Sanma Group have always embraced technology. Our late chairman, Mr. Shankar, believed in early adoption of many, at the time, advanced technologies or processes. We had probably the first fax machine in Chennai. We were amongst the first industrial houses to move to SAP way back in 1997. We were probably the first Indian company, amongst the first Indian companies to outsource its IT in India. We digitized our records, again probably amongst the first. We had robos at our foundry and our engineering businesses fairly early, and I can think of many other areas where we were early adopters of new technologies. Another area where we have been a pioneer is the adoption of zero liquid discharge technology at our chemical plants, where we work closely with IIT Madras, including assisting in setting up their zero liquid discharge lab. So when I was, last night I was writing my speech, and my 10-year-old son came up to me and he said, what are you doing, Dad? So I said, I'm preparing for a talk. And he said, what is the talk on? He said, I'm going to be talking at a convention on AI. And he spontaneously started laughing. He's a nice guy, so I didn't probe further, but I'm assuming it's because he assumed I would not have much of a knowledge on the subject. So I'm going to restrict my talk to areas where we at Sanmar have focused on adopting AI in a limited way, taken a few baby steps. According to a recent study by Deloitte, corroborated by MIT Technology Review, the manufacturing sector is ahead of other industries in data generation. And since AI technologies possess unmatched ability to process large sets of data, there is an opportunity for the manufacturing sector to be an early adopter of this technology. I will articulate some of the areas where we at Sanmar are beginning to use AI, and some where we are envisaging using them. The first is around energy efficiency and process optimization. With the energy crisis all around in the world, one of the critical areas of interest in all management fora and leaders in manufacturing plants is power consumption and how to reduce overall energy costs. On a pilot scale, we have used machine learning models for feature selection and to predict chiller performance. We had sensors installed in the chiller units that collect information on a real-time basis. And from the PLC and the IoT device, the data is extracted and analyzed for feature selection. We were able to finalize the features that yielded the best energy savings without affecting the overall efficiency of the chiller performance. The second area where we started taking a baby step on AI adoption is on safety compliance. Many of the work-related accidents in plants or in manufacturing units generally occur due to non-compliance of operating procedures, generally not wearing safety equipment, PPE. This is where AI comes in in a pilot project in our Kadalur facility, we've installed or going to install computer vision powered cameras which can monitor PP adherence and regulate earmarked vehicle movement based on the number plate readings. Ultimately, using AI and computer vision technologies in the manufacturing industry can certainly help in reducing workman accidents and save lives. A third area where we've started using AI is forecasting and inventory management. Raw material costs, as was explained earlier, the world is becoming very volatile and raw material costs are all over the place. Having a better understanding and forecasting of the price movements would aid in streamlining the inventory and purchase decisions. There are quite a few supervised learning models that we use for predicting price movements in our key critical raw materials like ethylene and EDC. Machine learning algorithms come handy for predicting the demand of finished products too, which helps save inventory levels or inventory costs. A final area where we've again started using AI is in predictive maintenance, where many manufacturers have now started leveraging AI technology to identify potential downtime and accidents by analyzing sensor data. The chemical industry will be a big beneficiary of this in improving safety and reducing downtime and increasing asset utilization. While we do all of this, we need to ensure that we build an ethical AI in the world that transforms society at large in a positive way and ensuring that the benefit of this technology reaches all strata of society. Early reports suggest that AI development is so far ahead in the world's two largest economies that there is definitely a risk of current economic inequalities widening. Similarly, on gender inequality, some statistics are a little worrisome. Only 20% of employees in technical roles at major machine learning companies are women. According to a recent UNESCO report, only 12% of the AI researchers worldwide are women. These are worrying trends. However, I would like to leave you on a positive note. There's a recent interesting example I read where AI had a very positive impact on society at large. When the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015, one of the Human Rights Commission's aims was to make the human rights guidance available to inform the national policies needed to implement them. The result is that today, the Universal Human Rights Index, the UHRI, the world's largest and most comprehensive human rights database of guidance from the human rights mechanisms, is being powered by AI, showing the links between guidance and the Sustainable Development Goals. Prior to this, tens of thousands of observations and recommendations of the Universal Periodic Review, treaty bodies, and special procedures were manually tagged, with the United Nations staff spending hours, days, weeks, and months analyzing and inputting data manually. While this work is gradually being replaced by artificial intelligence, the Director of Human Rights Council and Treaty Mechanisms at the UNHRC explains that while we expect to save thousands of hours in manual work, human rights experts will continue to undertake quality checks at every stage, which in turn further refines the algorithm's precision. I think AI, in my limited understanding, ladies and gentlemen, has got a very, very bright future. I think it's one that will change the way the world is run in the future. Maybe, as Mr. Jagan said, definitely by 2047, I think the impact it's going to be a different world. But I think the human element is never going to go away. I think all of you are at the cusp of a new revolution, and I'm sure all of you are going to be able to take advantage of it. Wishing you all the very best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Shankar. I think your conclusion that AI is going to drive India into progress is absolutely fantastic and well taken. Ladies and gentlemen, few more minutes left. I request all of you to bear with us, stay back here. You have enjoyed the entire day's convention. Just 10 more, maybe 15 more minutes left. So I request all the student participants to take benefit of the and also encourage the students who are going to now get the awards from the dignitaries on the dais. All of us can leave together after the national anthem. Please respect that. So now, time for me to invite the President MMA, Mr. Suresh Raman, to present a memento to the chief guest of the evening, Mr. Vijay Shankar. May I request Mr. Shankar also to join, please. Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, kindly join, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, my request Group Captain Vijay Kumar, Executive Director MMA, for introduction of the awards.
Thank you, Venkat. Good evening once again. It's my proud privilege to share the award process. As a part of the student convention, we have organized a number of competitions because this is a way people can benchmark themselves and they can bring dollars to the institution which they represent. So I'll briefly tell you what all the awards we did and what happened. The first award what we conducted competition was paper presentation competition. A team of 2 students are invited to present papers on the theme of the convention. The written presentations and the oral presentations are judged by the panel of eminent jury, and the winner team was awarded a cash prize of 20, 15, and 10,000. And this year, the paper presentation competition was conducted on the theme of the convention, AI shaping the future, AI shaping the today and the future. 18 teams registered and over 40 people participated in this competition. And paper presentation competition, all the competitions are sponsored by, names of the sponsors are given on the screen, who are sponsored the convention as well as each of the competition. The business plan competition, each team, a team of 2 students will submit the business plan on the commercially viable business idea of any industry or service of their choice. The idea presented was evaluated by the venture capitalist and winners selected. Over 34 participated in this year's business plan competition. The big debate. A debate is always provocative, and heated debate is all the more so. The objective of the debate is to enable the students to showcase their communication and logical reasoning skill. The ABC of communication, accuracy, brevity, and clarity, will be exhibited before the strong audience. A team of 2 students, each institute was picked up to speak for the motion, against the motion. And the theme of this year's debate is AI is likely to be the best or the worst thing to happen to humanity. This is what Stephen Hawking said, and what's your learning on this, or what side you lean on this. This was the team, and the almost 30 plus team participated, and it was a fantastic outcome what they debated, and the winner was worthy winners. They will get the award soon. Then we also have the think tank, the master brain management quiz competition, the inter B school quiz test knowledge, the management students on the world of management and the business around us. Rather than testing only the memory, the format of the event will force the contestant to apply their whole body and acquired expertise and knowledge on the presented questions, forcing them to make them connect with the questions and then come up with some right answers. Over 30 teams participated in the management quiz this competition. And to encourage the quizzing competition of everybody, MMA has got an initiative where every Saturday and Sunday we send out a question of quiz between 9 to 11 o'clock, and also encourage that we also get a Scrabble every day. It's complimentary. Anybody can participate. So do connect with the MMA team so that they'll put you on the mailing list. You can participate and get the benefit out of this great initiative of MMA. Then MMA MBA award. Every year MMA has been presenting cash award of 10,000 rupees each to the first rank holder of MBA from Anna University and the University of Madras. The objective of the award is to encourage academic excellence in management studies by rewarding academic achievers in MBA course in these universities. Then the Chanakya, the mastermind, which you witnessed just a while ago, the flagship event of Madras Management Association as a part of Management Student Convention. The Best Management Student of the Year award will recognize the best management student of all-round abilities based on series of contest criteria leading to the fitting finale on stage, which you just now witnessed. The first round, you also witnessed the elimination of 5 students, leaving another 5 in the fray, the panel interview judges, which included a rapid fire resulting in the selection of crowning and winning Chanakya, the mastermind for the year 2022, with a cash award of rupees 1 lakh rupee. Now, may I now request our chief guest, Mr. Vijay Shankar, Deputy Chairman, Sanma Group, to kindly step forward and do us the honor of presenting the award to the winners of various awards. May I also request other dignitaries to please join our chief guest in presenting the award. Over to you, Venkat.
Thank you, sir. May I now request all the prize winners, you're all aware, who are kindly come on to the left side of the dais there, and so that we waste minimal time in calling you all. Please come to the that side of the dais, left side of the dais. All the prize winners. Let me start by announcing the winners for the business plan competition first, sponsored by Grundfos India Private Limited. The third prize in business plan competition goes to Ms. Sandhya Vignesh and Mr. Nirmal from Sri Manakula Vinayagar College, Pondicherry. Come on, students, let's give them a big hand. In fact, all of them. Yeah, please. And this is shared by also Ms. Anbumati and Mr. Bhuvaneshwaran from Veltek Rangarajan College. Fast. Second prize goes to Ms. Charulata and Ms. Rajalakshmi from MOP Vaishnav College for Women. Charulata and Rajalakshmi. And the first prize in the business plan competition goes to Ms. Vaishnavi and Ms. Sai Varsha Vardhini from MOP Vaishnav College for Women. Next, paper presentation. Third prize for the paper presentation competition, which is sponsored by the Pons veterans, Ms. B.S. Kavyashri and Ms. R.E. Surya, Mr. R.E. Surya from SRM University, Katangalatur. Cash award of 10,000. Second prize goes to Ms. Prajani Saundara Rajan and Ms. Kushi Rai from MCC. Cash prize of 15,000. Prajani Saundar Rajan and Ms. Kushi Rai. And the first prize in paper presentation competition goes to Mr. Karthik Raja and Ms. D. Gopika, Manakula Vinayagar Institute of Technology from Pondicherry. Cash prize of 20,000 rupees. Next, big debate competition. This is sponsored by Time Links. Third prize goes to Ms. Monisha Soumya Narayanan, SRM University, Katangalatur. Is she here? Right. Please come. Please come first. The second prize winner is Mr. Jensen John and Mr. Mukesh Kumar V. Are we here? Yeah, okay. Please come. Mr. Jensen John and Mr. Mukesh Kumar. And the first prize goes to Ms. Deepika V from SSN School of Management. Then we have the management quiz sponsored by Capitaland. And we have the third prize winner, Mr. Atish Kumar V and Mr. Kaushish Jyoti from SSN School of Management, cash award of 10,000 rupees. The second prize winners, please step forward, Mr. Rijo Jesudas and Mr. Shreyas S from Rajalakshmi School of Business, winning a cash prize of 15,000 rupees. And the first prize for the management quiz this year goes to Ms. Abhirami H and Ms. Neeraja R, Rajalakshmi School of Business. 20,000 rupees cash award. May I now request Ms. Uttara, Dr. Uttara from MOP School, MOP College, to come on to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, every year we present the awards to toppers of Anna University and University of Madras. And this is Dr. K. Nirmala Prasad Endowment Award, sponsored for the first top ranker from the University of Madras. May I request Ms. Divyashri to come and receive the award, please. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. This is Divyashri, the university topper of the last year from MBA department. Next we have the top ranker from Anna University, prize sponsored by the Pons veterans. And the award goes to Ms. Swati Lakshmi, the top ranker from Anna University. Swati Lakshmi, are you here? Yeah, please come forward. Thank you. Please come. So time for us to honor the Chanakya, the mastermind of the year. May I request Mr. Sitaraman, Super Out of Forge, who sponsors this award, to join the dignitaries on the dais, please. So we are all aware who was the master strategist this evening and who's crowned the Chanakya, yes? So let's welcome Krishna Sudha, SSN School of Management, to come out of the dais. Yes, she really deserves a big round of applause. She receives a trophy and a check of rupees 1 lakh. Well done, Krishna Sudha. Thank you, dignitaries, for all that. May I now request Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, Executive Director MMA, to make a special announcement, please.
Thank you, Venkat. It's been a fascinating day, and at MMA we thoroughly enjoyed putting together the great convention. Especially when you're doing it after a 2 years break, to do a physical event with a large number of students is a challenge. But the challenge was made so simple by you, and more than anything, the convention chairman, who has been with us, Mr. Shankar, who guided us, sat with through, and also identifying the speakers, identifying the content. That made our job very, very easy, and I think he made us do a great job. I think we really enjoyed presenting it to you as much as you all would have enjoyed it. I now request Suresh Raman, as a part of our appreciation and support what he gave to us, present a memento on behalf of MMA. Thank you, Mr. Shankar, for all the support which made us present a great convention.
Thank you, sir. Mr. V. Shankar is the convention chairman, a founder, CAMS, and director, and also Access Investments Private Limited. May I request him to come and propose the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Venkat. So I thoroughly enjoyed today. Did you all? I think we should thank the people who made this a success. Don't you think so? And that's my duty, the closing duty of this conference. I'll start by thanking Mr. Vijay Shankar. A very crisp and illuminating speech. Really appreciate it. We started the day with an address by Professor Kamakoti of IIT Madras. I almost felt like I was sitting in the audience listening to one of his classroom lectures. That is his style. Thank you, sir. Mr. Arumugam, Managing Director of Broadlines Technologies, who gave us the special address as well. We had some very interesting sessions today. For a change, since this was AI, we wanted to bring some touch and feel to the session. And uniformly, all speakers brought some sort of demo into the picture. Dr. Senthil Kumar, the drone, I'm sure you remember. Mr. Ravi Shankar, all those backgrounds, virtual production. I will remember the memory of being in a TV studio and giving a memento to him for a long time. Mr. Umakant Soni, Mithun Sacheti, dear friend of mine from Carrot Lane, talked to us about how well he's using data to drive the conversion rates on his platform. Mr. Vijay Karunakaran. Jagan, I almost thought that he was like a junior Amitabh Bachchan conducting this whole thing, with the voice and the stature. Thank you. But more than the speakers, it is the participants that make this event, isn't it? All the participants at every level, at every conference, at every competition that we had. Thank you. The Chanakya mastermind in particular was brilliant. I thank the jury for an inspired choice of winner. Money makes the world go around, and our sponsors made this conference go around. So thank you, sponsors, specifically Kevin Care and Business Line for being the top sponsors of this event. Members of media who are covering this event, thank you. All of you who attended, stayed to the very end, particularly those who stayed to the very end, I thank you specially. The committee of Madras Management Association, headed by Mr. Suresh Raman, thank you for your support in setting up this conference. We had quite a few student volunteers working with us for a very long time, for an extended period of time, months. And I want to talk about some specific people who made a difference. Tarun, Abhita, Prasant, Darshini, Kirtana, Rupesh, Swati, and Vicky. If you're all here, whoever is here, please come here. I want everybody to give you a big hand. Come. Well done. Thank you. 2 more minutes. And finally, we all know who the backbone of MMA is. It's Group Captain Vijay Kumar and his team. Without him, truly this event would not have been. So thank you, Vijay, for always being there for us. And thank you all. Bye.
May I request all the staff members of MMA and the MMA team to come on to the dais, please. Prabhakar, please, fast. Thayu, please come. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the team that made it all possible today. With your encouragement, I'm sure all of us will continue to do much more in years to come. Time for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rise for the national anthem.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everyone. With this, we come to the end of this 21st MMA Management Students Convention. As Group Captain Vijay Kumar invite you all Please keep coming to MMA. Let's meet more often at the Madras Management Association. Get back home safe. Have a great day. Good night.